Chapter 2044. When choosing the soul-subduing secret technique, one had to consider one's proficiency level. This was because once one chose a certain soul technique as the foundation, one would have to repeat the process of using that soul technique again and again in order to make the soul-subduing secret technique stronger and stronger. If one wasn't proficient enough, just using a soul technique would take a very long time, and there was even a chance of failure. Naturally, there was no need to talk about cultivation efficiency. Just from this consideration, Lu Yi could only choose the divine patterns on a talent tree because he could construct these divine patterns with a single thought. They would be of great help in cultivating the soul-subduing secret technique. However, Su Yuan was kind enough to let him go to the heroic soul forest, so he naturally couldn't refuse. He would just treat it as an eye-opener. Just as he agreed, Su Yuan suddenly appeared in front of him and raised a finger to tap his forehead. At the same time, Su Yuan's voice sounded in his ear, "Don't move!" Lu Yi calmly remained motionless. With this tap, Lu Yi felt his entire body suddenly float and retreated a few steps. When he looked up, he saw an extremely familiar figure sitting in front of him with a familiar long saber hanging from his waist. It was none other than his own physical body. Only then did Lu Yi realize that his soul had already left his body, and the one standing here was his soul body. Only souls can enter the heroic soul forest. Flesh and blood cannot enter. Su Yuan explained before warning him, "You've just entered the bright sun realm, so don't casually leave your body outside." "I understand." Lu Yi nodded. Of course, he knew about this taboo. He had never tried an astral projection before because it was too risky. During the astral projection, not only would the physical body not have the slightest bit of protection, the soul itself might also encounter some dangers. Compared to his physical body, his soul body was often extremely fragile. However, this was the soul race's ancestral land, so there was no problem. Moreover, at this moment, Lu Yi was only using his soul body to sense his surroundings, and he felt like a fish in water. Compared to this, his physical body felt like he was bathing in water with his clothes on. "Lu, you really hadn't noticed this difference before." Su Yuan raised his hand again, and a spirit light appeared and floated into the distance. "Follow it." Lu Yi glanced at it and hurriedly chased after it. The spirit light was very fast, and it shuttled through the space of the ancestral land, passing by one lotus continent after another. After half a day, a large area of stone pillars appeared in front of him. These stone pillars of different lengths converged to form a large stone forest. When the spirit light arrived here, it suddenly disappeared. Lu Yi understood that this should be the heroic soul forest, the bright sun realm's graveyard. Lu Yi didn't hesitate and plunged into the forest. The heroic spirit forest was shrouded in an extremely dense fog. Entering it was like falling into a thick layer of clouds. The fog was not really fog, but was a dense and pure soul power. Lu Yi could easily absorb and refine it. This place was a treasured land for cultivating one's soul. It was much better than an ordinary lotus land. Even the 7-colored lotus land where the starry sky pond was located couldn't compare to it. Lu Yi looked around curiously. Suddenly, something strange happened. Not far away, there was a flash of light. Suddenly, there was an extremely vast fluctuation of soul power. Lu Yi hurriedly turned his head and saw a sledgehammer appear out of thin air and smash down on his head. This attack caught him off guard. Lu Yi hurriedly tried to dodge, but when the sledgehammer fell, it had the effect of sealing his soul. His soul body was unable to move as if it had met its natural enemy. Lu Yi was shocked. Feeling the power of this blow, he knew he couldn't block it, so he hurriedly tried to construct a holy guard to protect himself. However, his soul force was extremely obscure, and he couldn't construct a holy guard spirit rune. Lu Ye's face darkened as he realized that his soul body had come here. His physical body was still with Su Yuan, and his talent tree hadn't followed him here. So how could he construct a holy guard? Seeing the sledgehammer smash down on him, Lu Yi instantly felt dizzy. It took him a long time to recover, but to Lu Ye's surprise, he hadn't suffered too much damage from this strike. Although his soul still hurt a little, his soul body was already refining the surrounding fog to restore itself, so it wouldn't take long for him to recover. Su Yuan, there were some things he didn't tell him. The power of the sledgehammer just now was completely from a peak sunshine realm expert. He couldn't block such a blow at all. If he took it head-on, his soul body would be severely injured, and it might even shatter. But now, it was only a minor injury. Lu Yi slowly came to his senses. The soul technique left in the forest of heroic souls wouldn't really kill the soul race's descendants. Otherwise, the new sunshine realm experts of the soul race would die every time they came. The departed sun rays of the soul race had left their soul techniques here for the benefit of their descendants, not for the sake of killing. With that in mind, Lu Yi calmed down and looked to the side. Not far away, there was a speck of light floating in the fog. The sledgehammer-like soul technique just now had erupted from this speck of light. After taking that blow, Lu Yi even vaguely understood some of the mysteries of the soul technique. He even had a feeling that if he could come into direct contact with the speck of light, he should be able to understand the cultivation method of the soul technique. Just as he was thinking this, the speck of light faintly flickered. Soul force surged, and an identical sledgehammer came crashing down on his head once more. Again, Lu Yi was shocked. This time he was prepared and finally had room to dodge. He felt this way, but in fact he still couldn't dodge. His soul body was injured again, and pain spread all over his body. Lu Yi grimaced and quickly moved away from the speck of light. Although the sledgehammer-like soul technique was powerful, it wasn't suitable for him. Not long after, another speck of light appeared in the fog beside him. Lu Yi suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, almost at the same time he noticed the speck of light, a soul technique erupted from it, turning into an incomparably huge arrow. It pierced through the air and pierced Lu Ye's soul body before flying back. This arrow wasn't any weaker than the sledgehammer from before. It had the ability to directly penetrate Lu Ye's soul body, but it only pierced Lu. Lu Yi had the same feeling as before. If he could come into contact with the speck of light, he would be able to pry into the secrets of the soul technique. Time passed. Lu Yi constantly wandered in the forest of heroic souls, his soul body cycling between being injured and recovering. He finally discovered a pattern. As long as he stood on the stone pillars, the specks of light wouldn't erupt with soul techniques to attack him. But as long as he left the vicinity of the stone pillars, he would definitely be attacked by the specks of light. In just half a day, Lu Ye's horizons were broadened. He finally saw what kind of treasures the Soul Clan ancestors had left behind in the forest of heroic souls. All kinds of mysterious soul techniques were the proud works of the deceased Soul Clan ancestors. Most of the attacks couldn't be blocked by Lu Yi. This was obviously due to the difference in cultivation. He could barely block a few attacks, but in the end he couldn't avoid the result of being repelled. Any one of the soul techniques in the forest of heroic souls had an unimaginable power when unleashed. Lu Yi, who had suffered many losses, examined himself to see if there was any power he could borrow. With his current attainments in soul cultivation, it was very difficult to come into contact with these specks of light. Now that he was in the forest of heroic souls as a soul body, he couldn't use his talent tree. So, he could only rely on his soul body and things related to it. In the previous battle, the soul-suppressing pagoda was destroyed and the soul-anchoring bell was damaged. Other than these two soul treasures, he could only rely on the rainbow god lotus. When the soul body left the body, everything in the spirit sea would be integrated into the soul body, and the rainbow god lotus was no exception. However, the rainbow god lotus didn't seem to be of much help to the current situation. Or rather, it was passive. Those soul techniques only caused him light injuries and didn't kill him because he was protected by the rainbow god lotus. The soul techniques left behind by the Soul Clan ancestors sensed the aura of the rainbow god Lotus and thought that he was a descendant of the Soul Clan. Other than that, there didn't seem to be anything else, no. Lu Yi suddenly thought of something that he had forgotten for a long time. Because that thing didn't usually show itself and only existed in the form of an imprint in his spirit sea. Lu Yi had almost forgotten about it. It was only when he carefully examined his soul body that he suddenly discovered something. The imprint of spectership. This was the benefit he obtained when he first entered the constellation realm and explored spectership. It had played a crucial role several times. However, ever since he obtained the rainbow god Lotus to protect his soul body, this imprint slowly faded from his sight. Because compared to protecting his soul body, the rainbow god Lotus light seemed to be more powerful. This was indeed an imprint, but strictly speaking, it was also a soul technique bestowed upon him by spectership. Realizing this, Lu Ye's expression changed. His knowledge and experience were far greater than before, so of course he knew how terrifying spectership was. If he had known about spectership's background back then, he would never have rashly entered it. Because this thing was a starry sky supreme treasure. The imprint bestowed by a starry sky supreme treasure was, to a certain extent, a soul treasure, but this soul treasure was different from ordinary soul treasures. The strength it could display was directly linked to Lu Ye's soul cultivation. What if he used spectership's imprint as the foundation to create his own soul-subduing secret technique? There weren't many options on the talent tree. The Fire Phoenix Divine Mark was the best choice, but it only attacked and didn't defend, so it had a slight drawback. But spectership was different. This thing could both attack and defend. When Lu Yi first met Li Shang, in order to escape his control, Li Shang launched a soul battle against him. As a result, Lu Yi used spectership to teach Li Shang a lesson. This was still fresh in Lu Ye's memory. As for the difficulty of cultivation, although spectership's imprint was not the talent tree's spirit mark, it was not difficult for Lu Yi to activate this soul technique. It only consumed a lot of soul force. But once he succeeded, this would definitely be a top soul-subduing secret technique. Lu Ye's eyes gradually brightened. He finally knew what choice he should make. End of chapter. Chapter 2045. Lu Yi examined his soul body to find a way to resist the outbreak of those soul techniques, but he was pleasantly surprised. This was not a surprise because the ghost ship's imprint had always been here, but he had forgotten about it for a long time. Thinking about the gains and losses, Lu Yi made a decision. It was true that if he chose the ghost ship's imprint as the foundation of his soul-subduing secret technique, it would be very difficult to cultivate in the future. Even more difficult than choosing the Fire Phoenix, because the ghost ship itself was much more complicated than the Fire Phoenix. But if he could cultivate it successfully, then this soul-subduing secret technique would definitely be one of the best. Compared to the final harvest, what was the initial investment? Having made up his mind, Lu Yi swept away his previous confusion and hesitation, and his mood suddenly became clear. He flashed to a stone pillar and stood still, immediately urging his soul power and pouring it into the ghost ship's imprint. Since obtaining this imprint, he had urged it several times. The whole process did not require him to do too much. He just needed to provide enough soul power to the imprint. His soul body trembled slightly, and his soul power continued to flow out. The imprint in his soul body shook slightly, and a phantom appeared in front of Lu Yi out of thin air. It was the phantom of a large ship, not in the shape of the star boats in the starry sky, but a real ship that cut through the waves of the sea. The first thing that appeared was the main body of the ship, followed by many details. In a short time, the ghost ship reappeared in front of Lu Yi. But it was not over yet. As Lu Ye's soul power continued to flow, some figures appeared on the empty deck one after another. They were the crew of the ghost ship. Chief Officer Qin Zong, Second Officer Xiao Jiaming, Array Master Zhou Xing, Ship Doctor Su Qingwei, and so on. There were not many people, only a dozen or so in total. They were not living creatures, not even soul bodies, but just a part of the ghost ship. When Lu Yi obtained the ghost ship's imprint, these crew members also left their own imprints in the imprint. When Lu Yi reappeared the ghost ship, he also reappeared them. All of this was condensed by Lu Ye's soul power. The crew carried out their duties, and the ghost ship was ready to set sail at any time. Even if the front was a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, as long as Lu Yi gave the order, they would rush into battle without hesitation. Looking at the ghost ship in front of him, Lu Yi checked his soul power consumption and nodded inwardly. Although the consumption was not small, it was still within an acceptable range. Moreover, he was keenly aware of one thing. With his current sunshine cultivation, the Spectre ship was undoubtedly much more solid than when it was in the Constellation Mansion. This was obviously related to his realm. Of course, he could use the ghost ship's imprint to activate this soul technique when he was in the Constellation, but the final result would be completely different. But it was still not enough. This was because he could see that although this soul technique had been used, it was crude in every aspect, like a child's doodle. As a normal soul technique, this level was already good enough, whether it was against enemies or for defense. But as a soul-suppressing secret technique, it had many shortcomings. This was within his expectations, because the cultivation process of the soul-subduing secret technique was a process of constant polishing. The next thing to do was to turn the ghost ship into his own soul-subduing secret technique. Lu Yi slowly closed his eyes, and after a while a painful expression appeared on his face, and his soul body trembled violently. After a while, a light suddenly appeared on his forehead, and then the light flew out of his body like a firefly. Soul. This was the essence that only sunshine cultivators could condense with the help of their soul body. If the soul was lost, the cultivator would be seriously injured in an instant, and may even become an idiot. Lu Yi also opened his eyes at this time, and with a slight movement of his mind, the firefly-like soul suddenly fell into the ghost ship, like a snowflake falling to the ground, and the light merged into it. Combining this soul with the soul technique was the process of choosing the soul-subduing secret technique. And once it was chosen, it was difficult to change it. With the integration of his own soul, Lu Yi clearly felt that the ghost ship in front of him had become more closely connected with him, and he could control the soul technique more easily. Even the faces of the unconscious crew became more lively. After this step was completed, the foundation of the soul-subduing secret technique was set. The next thing to do was to continue to cultivate and polish. No matter which sunshine cultivator chose which soul technique to be the foundation of the soul-subduing secret technique, it was only a framework at the beginning. The sunshine cultivators needed to constantly improve this framework over a long period of time and fill in more and more content, so that the soul-subduing secret technique could become stronger and stronger. This was one of the most important cultivation processes that accompanied the sunshine cultivators throughout their cultivation. Because this process was very similar to painting, it was also known as the painting soul. Take the ghost ship, for example. If a sunshine cultivator came to see it, they would definitely feel that this soul technique was very lifelike. But in Lu Ye's eyes, it was incomparably crude. The deck was only a prototype, without any texture. The mast was a shape, but it was hollow inside, and even the crew were only skin bags. What Lu Yi needed to do next was to constantly fill in the details of the Spectre ship. When the Spectre ship could become like a real ship, not only would it have the appearance, but also the inside of the ship wouldn't have any flaws. Only then would the soul-subduing secret technique reach the consummate realm. And this should be related to the condensation of the flower of God. This was undoubtedly a test of patience and perseverance. So every sunshine cultivator's cultivation of the soul-subduing secret technique was a painstaking effort. The initial choice was also related to the difficulty of cultivation in the future. The main reason why Lu Yi had wanted to choose the spirit patterns on the talent tree was because the spirit patterns on the talent tree were very simple to use and could greatly increase the efficiency of cultivation. Now that he had chosen the ghost ship, it was not bad. Because of the existence of the imprint, the soul technique was not difficult to use. Calming his mind, Lu Yi began to polish his soul-subduing secret technique. Just maintaining a secret technique like this consumed a lot of soul power, not to mention the various details that had to be filled in. If this was not the heroic soul forest, Lu Yi would definitely not be able to last long. But the soul power in the heroic soul forest was too dense, and the omnipresent fog was the condensation of pure soul power. Lu Yi could completely absorb it to replenish himself. In this way, even if the consumption and recovery were not balanced, Lu Yi only needed to rest for a period of time, and then he could cultivate again. Such a unique cultivation environment also allowed Lu Ye's cultivation efficiency to be much higher than normal sunshine cultivators. Even if other sunshine cultivators could use spiritual pills to replenish their soul power consumption, it would not be as convenient and fast. Day after day, this kind of cultivation was dry and boring, even more so than Lu Ye's cultivation in the 10,000 Elephant Sea, but he was willing to endure it. On the road to becoming stronger, if he could not endure this little bit of loneliness, then how could he stand above all living things? 2 years later, in the heroic soul forest, Lu Yi steered his ghost ship through the fog. Compared to 2 years ago, the ghost ship's appearance did not change much, but only Lu Yi knew that the changes were inside. After 2 years of almost no rest, his soul-subduing secret technique had finally undergone some qualitative changes. Compared to 2 years ago, the Spectre ship was much better in all aspects. According to Su Yuan's explanation, this should be the small accomplishment of the soul-subduing secret technique. Ordinary sunshine cultivators could only reach this level when they reached the middle stage of the sunshine realm. After the small success stage was the large success stage, and after the large success stage was the great success stage. They corresponded to the late stage of the sunshine realm and the peak of the sunshine realm, respectively. The advancement of the sunshine realm was not only dependent on one's spiritual power, but also on one's soul. Only when both reached the standard would it be considered an advancement. The reason why some sunshine cultivators were called the peak was because their soul-subduing secret technique had reached the great success stage. For those sunshine cultivators whose soul-subduing secret technique did not reach the great success stage, even if they cultivated their spiritual power to the extreme, they were still only at the late stage. It was very difficult to reach the great success stage of the soul-subduing secret technique. This was related to the initial choice. Some sunshine cultivators chose the soul-subduing secret technique because it was not strong enough. As a result, the early stage of cultivation was easier, but later on, no matter how hard they cultivated, they would not be able to reach the peak of the sunshine realm. This was actually a kind of trade-off. Every sunshine cultivator who made a choice understood the pros and cons in advance. Of course, there were some sunshine cultivators who regretted their choice when they could not advance further, but it was usually too late by then. Therefore, looking at the entire starry sky, cultivators who could reach the late stage of the sunshine realm could basically reach the late stage of the sunshine realm as long as they had enough time. After all, being able to reach the sunshine realm meant that their talent was not bad, but it was not so easy to reach the peak of the sunshine realm. Of course, Lu Yi wanted to test the power of the soul-subduing secret technique. At this moment, the ghost ship was bobbing up and down in a violent storm. Lu Ye's soul body stood on the ship, moving up and down with the ship. The violent storm was the release of a soul technique, and its power was extremely strong. If it was Lu Yi who came here 2 years ago, he would have been dizzy and disoriented. But now, under the protection of the ghost ship, although it was bumpy, it was not a big problem. The ghost ship was enveloped by a layer of light, which was the ship's protective array. The crew was busy running around, as if they were really sailing on a magnificent sea after an incense stick's worth of time, Lu Yi drove the ghost ship out of the center of the storm. I can't stay here any longer. I've used up too much soul power. If I stay here any longer, I'll definitely be exhausted. He found a stone pillar to recover, and when he was fully recovered, he broke into the forest of heroic souls. After trying this several times, Lu Yi had a rough idea of what level his soul-subduing secret technique was at, and he was quite satisfied. Now, when he fought against those old masters, he would no longer be at a disadvantage as easily as before. As long as he could get rid of the trouble in his soul, he would be able to go on a killing spree. With the power of the sword gourd in his hand, as long as the enemy's strength was not too ridiculously strong, who couldn't he kill? It could be said that this cultivation had really made up for his biggest shortcoming. End of chapter. Chapter 2046. The soul-subduing secret technique brought another benefit to Lu Yi. His soul cultivation had reached the middle stage of the Sunshine Realm, but his cultivation was still at the early Sunshine Realm. This was quite comical. In the entire universe, the cultivation of the Sunshine Realm was always more difficult to improve than the cultivation of one's cultivation. Most Sunshine Realm cultivators would first reach the required level of cultivation before they could think of ways to improve their soul. But it was the opposite for Lu Yi. This was undoubtedly due to the uniqueness of the heroic soul forest. All Lu Yi needed to do now was to raise his spiritual power, and he would be in the middle Sunshine Realm. This was a piece of cake for him who had the talent tree. Now that his spiritual source had been perfected, the efficiency of his cultivation had increased tremendously. He only needed to store enough fuel in the talent tree to drill into the 10,000 Elephant Sea. After a while, Lu Yi returned. 2 years had passed, but his physical body was still sitting there, motionless. If it was an ordinary person, they would have problems after being separated for such a long time. But for Sunshine Realm cultivators like Lu Yi, it was not a big problem. He entered his physical body and slowly stood up. Su Yuan sensed something and looked up. "How is it?" "Thank you for your guidance, Elder. I have gained a lot." Lu Yi replied. He felt that his body was a little uncoordinated, and his speech was a little slurred. It should be the effect of being separated for such a long time, but the discomfort quickly disappeared. "That's good." Su Yuan smiled faintly and didn't ask what Lu Yi had chosen for the soul-subduing secret technique. Everyone had their own determination and choice. He had given Lu Yi some guidance, so the choice was Lu Ye's own business. "Elder, this matter is over. I will return to the 9 states first. I will visit you another day," Lu Yi said. He had not left this place for 2 years, so he naturally had to go back and take a look. Su Yuan seemed to have expected this and was not surprised. He nodded and said, "Oh." Lu Yi immediately ran towards the starry pool. When he looked down, he was suddenly stunned. The starry pool in front of him was different from what he remembered. He looked around and slowly realized something. "Elder, why have there been so many large realms in the universe recently?" The starry sky pool reflected the situation of the entire starry sky. The realms, dead stars, and any changes in the outside world were reflected in the starry sky pool. Just like those realms, the appearance of ordinary realms and large realms was different. Large realms were much brighter in the starry sky pool, while ordinary realms were slightly dimmer. Lu Yi had entered and exited the starry sky upon many times. Even if he didn't pay special attention to it, he would still be able to tell if the changes were too obvious. Su Yuan smiled. "I don't know why, but the spiritual energy in the universe has become much more active in recent years. So many realms have been promoted to large realms." Starry sky spirit energy. Lu Yi suddenly remembered what Little Nine had said last time. The starry sky spirit energy around the 9 regions had become active. This was a good thing for the 9 regions, because the 9 regions had always been devouring the starry sky spirit energy to strengthen their own foundation. However, Lu Yi did not expect that this change would not only affect the 9 prefectures. From the feedback from the starry sky pool, it seemed like this change had affected the entire starry sky. "Elder, has something like this happened before?" Lu Yi asked. Su Yuan thought for a moment and said, "When this old man was overseeing this place, I didn't encounter any." "Then, Elder, do you think this is a good thing or a bad thing?" Su Yuan thought for a moment and said, "Whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, who can say for sure? Sometimes a good thing can become a bad thing, and sometimes it can be the other way around." Lu Yi looked at Su Yuan speechlessly. The elder did not speak like this in the past. Su Yuan smiled again. "Don't think so much. No matter how the outside world changes, as a cultivator, improving oneself is the most important thing." "That's true." Lu Yi nodded and entered the starry sky pool. After Lu Yi left, Su Yuan's expression slowly turned serious. He sighed. "A great change is imminent. The general trend is coming. Is it a good thing or a bad thing?" This kind of general trend was something that even the long-lived soul race had never experienced. It could be said that in the entire starry sky, no living being with flesh and blood had ever experienced it before. This was because the last time the general trend came was over 100,000 years ago. Even someone as strong as sunshine had a limited lifespan. Even the Yao race could not live that long. Only the soul race had some records of this due to their special environment. However, the records were not clear. In terms of understanding of the general trend, perhaps only those supreme treasures that coexisted with the starry sky were able to do so. Some supreme treasures had given birth to their own consciousness, such as the famous reincarnation tree. The old man would definitely know something. The large-scale activity of the starry sky's spiritual energy was a sign of the general trend coming. This was recorded in the soul race's ancient records. The last time the general trend came, there were such signs. In fact, this sign had been there for many years. However, ordinary people could not detect it. The soul race's patriarch, Hun Ke, had been investigating this matter. It was rumored that when the general trend came, no one in the entire starry sky would be spared. Even a special space like the soul race's ancestral land was not spared. For some people, the general trend was a carnival. However, for more people, the general trend brought about a disaster. Su Yuan did not say too much to Lu Yi because Lu Ye's cultivation was not high enough. It was meaningless to know these things. Just as he had taught Lu Yi before, some things would be clear once one's cultivation reached a certain level. Knowing it in advance would only add to one's troubles. Near the 9 prefectures, Lu Yi returned. He immediately felt that something was wrong. The entire 9 prefectures had obviously become bigger. The 9 prefectures was a sphere. Looking at it from the starry sky, it might not be a big deal. However, such a change had greatly expanded the territory of the 9 prefectures. Lu Ye's heart skipped a beat. He had some guesses. As he flew towards the 9 prefectures, he sent a message to Little Nine to ask about the situation. Soon, he received Little Nine's reply. As expected, it was as he had expected. In these 2 years, the integration with the Qing Li Dao world had been completed. All the living beings in the Qing Li Dao world had migrated to the 9 prefectures. Not only that, the entire Qing Li Dao world had been integrated into the 9 prefectures. This was the fundamental reason why the 9 prefectures would become bigger, because the 9 prefectures now had 2 worlds merged into one. Lu Yi did not know how Little Nine did this. An ordinary world would not have such an ability. However, the result was right in front of him. This was undoubtedly a good thing. Taking a closer look, the entire landscape of the 9 prefectures had changed a lot. In his impression, the positions of some mountains and rivers had changed. Lu Yi was amazed. The integration of the worlds might not be a big deal. However, in the process of integration, it was not easy to ensure the safety of the living beings in the 9 prefectures. However, Little Nine did it. The treasures left by the ancestors of the 9 prefectures for this era had been protecting the 9 prefectures since 10,000 years ago. Until today, it still played an irreplaceable role. Soon, Lu Yi found something wrong again. Little Nine, didn't you say that the integration of the worlds has been completed? Why are there still so many people migrating? Where did they come from? He sensed that there were doors opened by the pillars of divine secrets all over the 9 states. At this moment, many mortals were walking out of those doors with their families and bags of various sizes. There were even some who brought livestock with them. The integration with the Qing Li Dao world has been completed. Now, we are preparing to integrate with the Yu Luo world. Little Nine replied, Yu Luo world. Lu Yi was shocked. Why is the Yu Luo world also being integrated? What happened? Lu Yi could understand why the Qing Li Dao world was willing to integrate. There was a problem with this world. Although it could produce constellations, those constellations could not be promoted to Yu Yao. There was no future. Wu Jue and Tang Jun could not solve this problem. Now that the 9 prefectures were getting stronger, integrating with the 9 prefectures was undoubtedly a good choice. What was the situation with the Yu Luo world? This has nothing to do with me. Little Nine chuckled. They asked for it themselves. Who? Luan Xiaoa and that world's Chou Wu. Lu Yi scanned with his divine consciousness. He did not find Luan Xiaoa in the 9 prefectures. She should have returned to the Wanxiang Sea. However, he found Chou Wu somewhere in the Dingzhou. He hurriedly skimmed over there and soon found Chou Wu, who was busy. This large piece of land should have been allocated to the sect led by Chou Wu. There were more than a dozen pillars of heavenly secrets standing here and opening the door. There were people walking out from the door continuously. Realm Lord Chou, Lu Yi shouted. Chou Wu turned around and said in surprise, Fellow Taoist Lu, I finally see you. What's the matter, Realm Lord? Lu Yi asked. Chou Wu said, It's nothing serious. I will be settling in the 9 prefectures in the future. Please take care of me. Sure. Lu Yi nodded. But why did the Yu Luo world choose to integrate with the world? Chou Wu smiled. What's wrong with that? The 9 prefectures are now the most powerful world in the galaxy. They have a bright future. If the Yu Luo world integrates with them, we can develop better in the future. Besides, the Qingli Dao world can integrate with the world. That's right, but the Qingli Dao world, Chou Wu nodded and said, Of course I know the reason. It's just that Zi Xian's attack last time was frightening. There are too many experts out there. Although Yu Luo has given birth to a Rizhao, it's still far from the top domains. Even the domains in the 4 cardinal galaxies are far from it. If the Yu Luo world is in danger one day, how can we fight back? Hearing him say this, Lu Yi immediately understood what he meant. The Yu Luo world had not only encountered Zi Xian once. Earlier, there was the invasion of the filthy race. These foreign enemies were not people they could deal with. Since they could not deal with them, they would integrate with the 9 prefectures. The 9 prefectures had the Azura field inside and the Fengsuan mountain outside. In terms of safety, they were not inferior to the top worlds. Chou Wu smiled. I know your intention. We have discussed this matter for a long time before making the decision. Maybe there will be some acclimatization in the short term, but after 2 or 3 generations, this problem will not be a problem. In the future, there will be no Yu Luo world, only the 9 prefectures. Since he said so, Lu Yi could not say anything more. Besides, the integration of the Yu Luo world would be more beneficial to the 9 prefectures. But if the Yu Luo world was gone, the Yu Luo galaxy would be changed to the 9 prefectures galaxy. End of chapter. Chapter 2047. Although he was a little surprised that the Jade Conch domain would also choose to merge, since it was a decision made by Chou Wu and the others, and this would only benefit the 9 states. Lu Yi did not intend to interfere. Perhaps in a few years, the Jade Conch galaxy would only have the 9 states as a large domain. After leaving the 9 states, Lu Yi flew towards the Fengsuan mountain and met Wu Qima halfway. He had obviously heard that Lu Yi had returned and came to look for him. Junior brother Lu. Wu Qima shouted from afar, excitement and anticipation on his face. The south is coming. Senior brother Chen asked me to inform you so that you can make arrangements. Lu Yi nodded and said, I have already sensed it. As the master of the Fengsun Mountain, of course he had sensed that the south was not far away. According to the current speed, the south would reach the Jade Conch Galaxy in less than 2 to 3 months and complete the merger with the core and the east. At that time, the entire Fengsun Mountain would only have the west. It was because he sensed this that he went straight to the Fengsun Mountain to discuss this matter with Chen Xianhai and Wu Qima. After a while, Lu Yi, Chen Xianhai, and Wu Qima sat on the Cloud Sea Peak in the Fengsun Mountain. Lu Yi usually went to the Immortal Spirit Peak, which was Su Yuqing's peak. But now that Su Yuqing was overseeing the Fengsun Island in the Wanxiang Sea, there were only Chen Xianhai and Wu Qima on the Fengsun Mountain. In fact, if only the south was coming from the Fengsun Mountain, he did not need to do anything. Now that the core was leading the south, when the south arrived, it would naturally merge smoothly. The mysteries of the starry sky treasure were not to be underestimated. Even if it had been split for countless years, as long as there was a chance, it could be restored to its original state. But together with the South's Fengsun Mountain, there was also the blood extinction domain. This required Lu Yi to deal with, otherwise there might be some accidents. After a brief discussion, Lu Yi hurriedly left the Fengsun Mountain. It would take 2 to 3 months for the south to arrive, so there was no hurry. Before that, he had to return to the Wanxiang Sea. He had been thinking about the transformation of the talent tree. Previously, because he had to cultivate the soul-subduing secret technique, he had to put it aside. Now that he had time, he naturally had to deal with it. If he wanted the talent tree to transform 4 times, he would have to let it devour a lot of high-quality, rare flames. The fire gourd was his hope. As long as the fire gourd continued to nurture rare flames for the talent tree to devour, he would be able to increase the talent tree's transformation progress. However, the fire gourd's special flame required a large amount of fire energy to nurture. This kind of consumption was many times more than Lu Yi simply adding fuel to the talent tree. Therefore, he had to return to the Wanxiang Sea to purchase resources that the fire gourd could devour. Yu Yao, who was in charge of overseeing this place, hurriedly bowed to Lu Yi. Lu Yi observed the area for a moment, and he raised an eyebrow. He discovered that the insect path was slightly more stable than before. When the insect path was first accessible, even Su Yiming, a late-stage moon jade expert, had been severely injured. Now, Su Yiming should have been able to force his way through with a small price. He wouldn't have been so severely injured. This was undoubtedly a good sign. It meant that the insect path that connected the galaxy to Wanxiang was slowly stabilizing. One day, it would become an insect path that cultivators could pass through safely. By then, it would be even more convenient for them to travel freely in any constellation. After passing through the insect path, they arrived at the Wanxiang Galaxy and headed straight for the Wanxiang Sea. Less than half a day later, Lu Yi sat in his palace, holding the fire gourd as it devoured all kinds of new resources. Because Lu Yi had always been in need of fire attribute resources, the 3-world island had always kept a reserve of them. However, Lu Ye's needs were very high this time, and the reserves were clearly not enough. Currently, the 3-world island was buying fire attribute resources through various channels. This was not difficult. All he had to do was ask the Wanxiang Island. Jiu Yan would definitely not stop him. Instead, she would cooperate fully. The Rainbow Merchant Guild was also doing their best to help. Over the past 2 years, the 3-world island had not changed much. The unforeseen events from back then had gradually faded away. The Wanxiang Sea had returned to its former prosperity. The only difference was that all the top spiritual islands now had their own Rizhao overseeing them. Not only the top spiritual islands, even some of the top spiritual islands had Rizhao's figures. However, all the Rizhao strictly followed one rule. On the Wanxiang Sea, no matter what the scale of the battle was, it had nothing to do with them. None of the Rizhao dared to interfere. While Lu Yi was using the fire gourd to devour fire energy and nurture the special fire, Tang Jun sat beside him and reported to him what had happened on the Wanxiang Sea in the past 2 years. Old Tang was probably old. His reports were long-winded. Lu Yi nodded his head from time to show that he was listening attentively. Oh, right, there's one more thing. Old Tang suddenly thought of something. Recently, the spiritual energy in the starry sky of the spiritual islands on the Wanxiang Sea has become much denser. I don't know what the source of this change is. Is it good or bad? Lu Yi could not help but look up at him. There are changes in the Wanxiang Sea too? Little Nine had already said that there were changes in the 9 states. He had also seen the changes in the starry sky pool. Lu Yi did not expect that there would be changes in the Wanxiang Sea too. Of course. Didn't you notice that the spiritual energy on the island is much denser than before? Old Tang said. Lu Yi did not notice this. He usually did not cultivate on the island. Naturally, he did not pay attention to the spiritual energy on the island. Now that he sensed it, he realized that it was indeed so. Also, in the past few years, there have been a few deserted islands on the Wanxiang Sea that have been reviving. Old Tang continued. Although the revival of deserted islands on the Wanxiang Sea has happened since ancient times, it has never happened so frequently before. The revival of deserted islands was undoubtedly a good thing. This was because the deserted islands that were originally worthless had become valuable after this change. There were many big and small forces on the Wanxiang Sea. However, there were not many forces that could own their own spiritual islands. Most of the cultivators of these forces were wandering around the Wanxiang Sea without a home to rely on. Those who could occupy a spiritual island on such a treasure land, even if it was the lowest level spiritual island, had a force that was at the level of an overlord in their own galaxy. There are also many people who say that it is easier to cultivate than before. Old Tang took a sip of tea and sighed. It's a pity that I have exhausted my potential. I don't know if this is true or not. Are there many people who feel this way? Lu Yi asked. Tang Jun replied, not a lot. I don't even know where the news came from. Furthermore, there are people who are spreading rumors that these unusual changes are the signs of a great change. The rumors are spreading like clouds in the clouds. Lu Yi nodded. Pay more attention to these matters. If there are any abnormalities, inform me immediately. Understood. As he spoke, Lu Yi raised his head and looked outside. He sensed that many people were walking in their direction. I'll take them to Yuyao first, Lu Yi said. He put away the fire gourd and got up to leave. When he walked out of the palace, he saw many people outside. There were about 100 of them. Shui Yuan was the leader, and Hua Xi was by her side. Junior brother, Shui Yuan called out. Lu Yi glanced at her and saw that Shui Yuan's aura was bursting. It was obvious that she could break through her shackles at any time and become Yuyao. Moreover, she was suppressing her aura. If she didn't suppress it, she would probably start to break through in the next moment. She was not the only one. Most of the others were in the same state. However, their situation was not as obvious as Shui Yuan's. Is everyone ready? Lu Yi asked. We're ready, everyone replied in unison. Then let's go. Shui Yuan immediately took out the azure sea snail and blew into it. The door to the merfolk territory opened. Enter, Lu Yi ordered. Everyone entered in a single file. Lu Yi walked at the very back. He nodded at Hua Xi. I'll leave the rest to you. Hua Xi took the azure sea snail from Shui Yuan and smiled. Don't worry. Her mission was to blow the azure sea snail again after a few days to bring Lu Yi and the others back. A moment later, Lu Yi and the others appeared in front of the heavenly snail hall of the Emperor Snail Palace. Bai Lu immediately walked over to greet them. She had already greeted them, so she naturally knew why Lu Yi and the others had come. She handed a golden conch to Lu Yi. The Grand Elder left this here. Lu Yi nodded and accepted it. Then he called out to everyone, let's go. He took the lead and rushed forward. A group of peak-stage constellation cultivators followed closely behind him, their eyes filled with anticipation. They had all been to the merfolk territory before, but this time they were not going to the merfolk territory. It was said that the merfolk territory was a starry sky treasure that had been buried under the Wanxiang Sea for countless years. It was called the Constellation Palace. It was projected to the outside world once every 100 years. Every time, it was a grand event in the starry sky. All the constellations could participate in it to train themselves and reap benefits. The cultivators from the three-world island had arrived at the Wanxiang Sea relatively late. They had missed the opening of the Constellation Palace the last time. Of course, they had not seen the grand event, but they had heard of it. It was the scene of nearly 1 million constellations gathering in one place. It was hard to imagine how grand that scene would be. Although they had missed the opening of the Constellation Palace the last time, Lu Yi was taking them to the main body of the Constellation Palace. There, they would be able to advance to Yao and obtain a better spiritual source. Everyone was filled with anticipation. Lu Yi blew into the golden conch, which turned into a layer of protection and blocked the seawater. Lu Yi used his magic power to envelop everyone and flew straight to the Constellation Palace. He was now in the Sunshine Realm. Even under the sea, his speed was extremely fast. In less than half a day, they arrived at the Constellation Palace. Looking at the huge palace from afar, it was like a giant beast sleeping in the deep sea. Before they even got close, they could already feel a boundless sense of oppression. The hundreds of constellations cultivators were all shocked. When they arrived at the main entrance, Lu Yi pushed open the door and led Shui Yuan and the others into the Constellation Palace. Then he let them search for their own spots to advance. Lu Yi divided a portion of his attention to pay attention to Shui Yuan's situation. He looked at the empty palace with some nostalgia. Speaking of which, ever since he brought Bai Lu and a few other merfolk cultivators here to advance Yu Yao, he had not returned. In the blink of an eye, many years had passed. He had also advanced to the Sunshine Realm. End of chapter. Chapter 2048. In the Constellation Hall, hundreds of constellation mansions sat cross-legged, their auras surging. Advancing from the Constellation Hall to the Moon Jade Palace was a process of qualitative change. During this process, cultivators would develop their own art sources, and their spiritual power would also be converted into magic power. It could be said that their strength would experience an explosive growth. Lu Yi focused on Shui Yuan. After all, she was his second senior sister. However, he did not neglect the others. With the current strength of his divine sense, he could easily control the hundreds of constellation mansions. These were the future of the three-world island. After observing for a while, Lu Yi relaxed. They were indeed the elites of the Constellation Hall. Each of them was actually on the verge of advancing, but they had all been suppressing themselves and waiting for this opportunity. Now that they were here and had completely let go, there was almost no possibility of failure. While the constellation mansions were breaking through, Lu Yi fed the fire gourd with fire-type resources to nurture a special flame. After a few days, Lu Yi finally felt that the special flame in the fire gourd had finished nurturing. He impatiently urged the talent tree to devour it. Just like last time, the talent tree's fuel reserves did not change, but the talent tree itself had some strange reactions. However, that was all. Lu Yi did not see any signs of the talent tree transforming. This undoubtedly meant that the special flame it had devoured was far from enough. After estimating the cost of nurturing a special flame, Lu Yi was secretly speechless. Nurturing the special flame in the fire gourd required more spiritual jades than the sword chi in the sword gourd. A ball of special flame required hundreds of millions of spiritual jades. Who knew how many special flames the talent tree would need to devour before it could truly transform? Fortunately, the three-world island controlled the 10,000 elephant sea now. If it had been before, the three-world island alone would not have been able to support the two great treasures in Lu Ye's hands. Even now, Lu Yi wasn't sure if he could afford to raise them. Lu Yi had thought that he would never have to worry about spiritual jades again. However, he did not expect that he would still have to suffer the hardships of his past. This was simply unreasonable. However, the talent tree's transformation was something he had to achieve. No matter what price he had to pay, he could not give up. He continued to let the fire gourd devour fire-type resources and nurture the special flame again. On the three-world island, Hua, Ci blew the azure sea snail again at the time they had agreed upon. 10 days after Lu Yi and the others left. After the portal opened, the cultivators who had left with Lu Yi walked out one after another. Every single one of them had Yu Yao's aura. Just like Lu Yi, Yu Yao had just broken through and hadn't had the time to stabilize her cultivation. She couldn't control her aura as she wished. Next, what they needed to do was to stabilize themselves and stabilize their cultivation. Lu Yi walked to the back of the group. She nodded at Hua Ci and headed straight for the palace. This batch of consolations was completed. Inside the palace, Tang Jun, who had received the news, hurriedly rushed over and handed over a large pile of storage rings to Lu Yi. All the fire attribute resources that can be purchased on a 10,000 creation sea are here. Lu Yi took them and checked them one by one. He shook his head and said, "It's not enough. Continue buying." Still not enough. Tang Jun was shocked. He had no idea what Lu Yi was trying to do. Why did he need so many fire-attributed resources? He had swept through the entire Myriad Sea for this purchase. Only the three-world island had enough spiritual jades in reserve. Otherwise, he would not have been able to pay so much. In the future, other than the necessary expenses, keep 20% of the spiritual jades that the three-world island earns as reserves. Use the rest to purchase fire-attributed resources. Lu Yi finally realized that the transformation of the talent tree was a bottomless pit. During the few days he had been in the Constellation Hall, he had already allowed the talent tree to devour 2 rare fires. If he counted the previous one, it would be 3 times. However, the changes to the talent tree were not obvious. If he wanted to transform the talent tree, the resources at hand were far from enough. "I understand." Tang Jun nodded solemnly. Although he didn't know why Lu Yi needed so many fire-attributed resources, he would do as Lu Yi instructed. "Thank you for your hard work." Lu Yi patted his shoulder and threw all the storage rings into the little flower realm. Old Tang smiled. "It's nothing. I'm happy to be of some use." He couldn't improve his cultivation anymore. He couldn't be of much help during battles. He could only help with these trivial matters. Now that the Qingli Dao world and the 9 states had merged into one, he and Lu Yi were bound together for good or ill. After leaving this matter to old Tang, Lu Yi rushed towards the insect path. The south was coming. He had to go back and make some preparations. 2 hours later, Lu Yi appeared at the insect path. He didn't go back to the 9 states, nor did he go to the Fangsuan mountain. After sensing the location of the south, Lu Yi rode the planetary boat and headed there. During the journey, he didn't stay idle. He continued to nurture the rare fires. After more than 10 days, he finally saw a huge arm in the distance. Even though he was far away, Lu Yi could feel the strange resonance between his clan bloodline and the arm. That arm was undoubtedly the blood extinction world. However, this world had long lost its vitality. The entire shape of the world had also changed. The arm came across the sky with its fingers clenched into a fist. At first glance, it looked like an invisible giant punching out aggressively. Lu Yi also sensed another connection from the fist that was different from the clan bloodline. The Fangsuan mountain in the south. Back then, Lu Yi moved the blood extinction world and clenched the Fangsuan mountain in the south in his fist. With the movement of the Fangsuan mountain in the south, he moved the blood extinction world. After observing for a while, Lu Yi put away the planetary boat and jumped up. After a few leaps, he arrived above the blood extinction world and entered the Fangsuan mountain in the south through the gap between the fingers. As soon as he revealed his aura, for rays of Rizhao's divine senses immediately sensed him. Obviously, they were the 4 Rizhao from the south. After recognizing his identity, a loud laugh came. I told you, junior brother Lu will definitely come in 3 days. You didn't believe me. It was Wu Ji, the loud voice. Lu Yi smiled and flew towards the Pengyu Peak. The few Rizhao from the south were all gathered here. The Pengyu Peak was the spiritual peak of Yu Qinglu, who was also the oldest and most prestigious Rizhao. Lu Yi came here when he went to help the south, so he was naturally familiar with it. After a while, the old Yu Qinglu led Wu Ji and the other 2 to welcome him on the Pengyu Peak. Lu Yi bowed first, greeting senior brothers and senior sisters. His gaze swept over them. Behind Yu Qinglu was Wu Ji on his left, Su Pu on his right, and Xia Yingyue on his right. They were all familiar faces. During the battle with Zixian, these people had also contributed greatly. Yu Qinglu looked at Lu Yi kindly. This old man was relieved to hear that junior brother had advanced to Rizhao. It seems junior brother's realm has stabilized? Facing the oldest Rizhao, Lu Yi had to show a trace of respect, replying to senior brother, My realm has stabilized. That's good, Yu Qinglu nodded. Please come in. After you, senior brother, Lu Yi gestured. After a while, everyone took a seat in the hall and chatted for a while before getting down to business. Wu Ji said, Junior brother Lu, the matter of the blood extinction world must be dealt with in advance. If they didn't get rid of the blood extinction world first, as the south approached, the blood extinction world would definitely crash into the Fengsuan mountain. Lu Yi nodded. That's why I came. I will go to the blood extinction world later to investigate and make preparations. That's good, Wu Ji nodded. Back then, Lu Yi could mobilize the blood extinction world as Yueyao. With Rizhao's current cultivation, there was no reason he couldn't do it. The Fengsuan mountain in the 9 states was currently the fusion of the east and the core. The south would soon merge with it. Regarding this, the Rizhao people were looking forward to it. They were not the only ones. Even the west, who were also on their way, had been paying attention to this matter. Everyone wanted to know if there would be any changes to the Fengsuan mountain after this fusion. Yu Qinglu then asked about Lu Ye's soul subduing secret technique. Lu Yi had just advanced to Rizhao, so of course he had to cultivate the soul subduing secret technique. This was an experience every Rizhao had. Yu Qinglu only relaxed after hearing Lu Yi say that he had already made a trip to the soul race and gained a lot. The soul race was the authority in this aspect. No race in the universe could compare to them. Since Lu Yi had already gained something from the soul race, they didn't need to embarrass themselves. The topic of conversation then turned to the soul race. Although they had worked together once before, Wu Ji and the others were still very curious as to how Lu Yi was related to the soul tribe. Moreover, it wasn't just an ordinary relationship. Last time, the soul tribe had sent out as many as 11 Rizhao members and thousands of Rizhao members. Clearly, they had reached a level where they would grant Lu Ye's request. Lu Yi gave them a simple explanation. Lu Yi didn't mention anything about the will of the soul race's ancestral land. It was too shocking. He only talked about the soul race's sacred beast, Hupa, and pushed all the blame on it. He then talked about the mermaid race, the flower race, and so on. The Rizhao of the imps clicked their tongues in wonder. In terms of age, each of them was far older than Lu Yi. But in terms of life's opportunities and excitement, they were far inferior. The excitement Lu Yi had encountered in the past few decades was something most cultivators would never encounter in their entire lives. One day later, Lu Yi left the southern Fengsuan mountain and came to the blood extinction world alone. Although he was sure there wasn't much of a problem, this was a matter of great importance. He still had to verify it. He had once refined the blood progenitor's precious blood and swallowed the unpredictable sacred blood. Although Lu Yi was a human, he had an extremely rich and powerful blood race bloodline. In the entire universe, No blood race member could compare to his bloodline. With this advantage, even standing on the world of absolute blood, Lu Yi could feel the close connection between himself and this domain. He had already had this connection in the past. Now that his cultivation had increased, the connection seemed to have deepened. Lu Yi could feel that, if he wanted to, he could mobilize the blood extinction world with much less effort than before. What's more, he still had the blood race's ancestral weapon. End of chapter. Chapter 2049. In the world of absolute blood, Lu Yi waited calmly. Until a certain moment, he suddenly felt an abnormal reaction from the entire domain. This reaction was very faint. If not for the resonance between him and the world of absolute blood, he really wouldn't have noticed it. Opening his eyes and looking at the starry sky ahead, Lu Yi understood. This abnormal reaction came from the constant approach of the blood absolute realm and the blood refining realm. These two realms were part of the blood ancestor's body after his death. In the past, they were separated by an unknown distance and naturally had no connection. But now that they were close enough, they could not help but have some strange resonance with each other. And this resonance was gradually growing stronger as they got closer. This was natural. Lu Yi confirmed that this phenomenon wasn't a bad thing and ignored it. Many days passed like this. When Lu Yi looked ahead again, he could already see the outline of the world of blood in the distance. At this time, the speed of the entire world of absolute blood was many times faster than before. At first, the movement of the world of absolute blood to the south was completely due to the pull of the core of the heart mountain. Although the speed wasn't slow, it wasn't too fast either. But now it was obviously different. Not only was the south attracted by the core, but the world of absolute blood was also attracted by the world of blood. It was as if the world of absolute blood couldn't wait to merge with the world of blood. Under the push of these two forces, the speed naturally became much faster than before. It was time. With a thought, Lu Yi took out a long bronze pestle from the Little Flower realm. It was the ancestral weapon of the blood race that he had seized from the world of absolute blood. Back then, the blood race's Rizhao of the world of absolute blood could join forces to mobilize the domain's power, not because of their own abilities, but more because of the ancestral weapon's support. Now that the ancestral weapon was in Lu Ye's hands, the power he could unleash was much greater than the blood race's Rizhao. With the ancestral artifact in hand and his magic power activated, the blood race's divine nature filled the air. Lu Yi could clearly feel that there was an extremely close connection between himself and the world of absolute blood. This vast realm seemed to have become a marionette in his hands, and he could control it however he wanted. The six-fingered peak that had been clenched into a fist suddenly opened slowly, revealing the Heart Mountain in the south. Lu Yi mobilized the world of absolute blood, and the speed of the entire domain suddenly slowed down. In the next instant, the southern Fengtsuan mountain broke away from the blood absolute world and headed straight for the core. On Lu Ye's side, he controlled the blood absolute world and circled around to ensure that there were no obstacles along the way. Only then did he let go of the control of the domain. Without his interference, the blood absolute world immediately flew forward under the guidance of the blood refinement world. From Lu Ye's observation, the world of absolute blood didn't fly straight ahead. Instead, it made some adjustments on its own as it flew. By the time the entire world of absolute blood approached the world of absolute blood, it had already turned into a shape with 6 peaks facing outwards. Then it perfectly fit into the broken left arm of the huge body. At the moment of fusion and collision, both realms were buzzing and vibrating, for figures flew out of the blood refining realm in a panic. They were none other than the 4 blood warriors who had been in retreat all this time. They had no idea what was going on. When they looked back after flying far away, they were shocked by the scene they saw. The blood refining realm now had an extra left arm. This change was too obvious. Anyone who wasn't blind would be able to see it. Soon, they sensed Lu Ye's aura and rushed over. "Master!" The 4 blood warriors saluted in unison. "Master, what's going on?" Xiang asked in surprise. You should know about the formation of the blood race's domains. This is just the fusion of the blood ancestors, left arm and torso, Lu Yi explained casually. His explanation was simple, but the 4 blood warriors were all shocked. This was especially true of Ding Beifeng. He was originally from the blood absolute world, but he had never thought that he would be able to see it again one day, and in such a way at that. I still have some matters to attend to. You go and check if there is anything wrong with the fusion of these 2 domains. Let me know when you return, Lu Yi ordered before turning around and flying towards Minuscule Mountain. The blood race's 2 domains had already merged, but before that the southern region had already merged with the core of Minuscule Mountain. Lu Yi had to go there to check the situation. Flying towards Minuscule Mountain, Lu Yi calmly entered the domain. As soon as he entered, Lu Yi felt that something was different. The entire territory of Minuscule Mountain had clearly become much larger. This was to be expected. Back when the eastern region had merged with the core, such changes had also occurred. Not only that, but the world energy within Minuscule Mountain had also greatly improved, and this improvement was still ongoing. Such an environment was undoubtedly more beneficial to the growth of low-level cultivators. At this moment, 2 of the eastern region's Rizhao and 4 of the southern region's Rizhao were gathered together, all of them beaming with joy. Although they could use special methods to communicate in the past, it was still inconvenient and they had to pay a certain price. Now that the southern region and eastern region had merged with the core, only the western region remained. When the western region merged again, Minuscule Mountain would once again be unified and the glory of their ancestors would be restored. This was the goal of countless generations of humans, and no one had thought that it would be achieved in their generation. This was especially true for the oldest, Yu Qinglu. He had thought that there was no hope for him, but who would have thought that he would be able to witness this day with his own eyes? When Lu Yi arrived, the 6 Rizhao all turned their attention to him. Chun Xianhai nodded. Thank you for your hard work, junior brother. Lu Yi waved his hand. It's my duty, senior brother is being too serious. He then asked, Is there anything unusual about this merger? Chan Xianhai said, No, the various tribes of Minuscule Mountain were originally one, but it was broken by the blood ancestor back then. There shouldn't be any problems with this merger. That's good. Lu Yi nodded. With the merger of the 2 tribes, the lesser race's strength had greatly increased. This also greatly increased the safety of the 9 states. Within Minuscule Mountain, countless lesser race members were jubilant. An entire realm was filled with a joyous atmosphere. After this merger, the lesser race would most likely celebrate for quite a while. But this wasn't the end. The merger of the western region was the final key. Lu Yi didn't stay for too long. He was still thinking about the 2 blood race realms outside. Moments later, Lu Yi left Minuscule Mountain and was about to fly toward the blood refinement realm when Little Nine's voice sounded in his ears. Lu Yi, why didn't you tell me about such an important matter? Lu Yi played dumb. Oh, what happened? Little Nine chuckled. It's fine if you don't know. I don't care. I'm going to eat that realm. Of course, what he meant by eating wasn't actually eating, but devouring the foundation of the blood absolute realm. This was very simple for Little Nine. He only needed to place a few divine pillars into the blood absolute realm. This was how he had devoured the foundation of the blood absolute realm back then and helped the 9 states become a large realm. However, the 9 states had grown tremendously, and devouring the foundation of the blood absolute realm was much faster and more efficient than before. Eat. Lu Yi smiled. The reason he had thought of bringing the blood absolute realm back was mainly for Little Nine to eat. Moreover, the process wasn't troublesome. If he really had to drive the realm back himself, he definitely wouldn't have done it. It was too much of a waste of time. However, with the help of the core of Minuscule Mountain in the south, he only needed to make a few arrangements to bring the blood absolute realm over with the south. This saved him time and effort. Of course, Lu Yi had another idea at the time. He wanted to know if the blood ancestor's body could be pieced together. The result was obvious. He didn't need to piece anything together at all. The blood ancestor's body parts could easily merge together after coming close to each other. This result actually came as a surprise to Lu Yi. However, the blood ancestor was a terrifying expert who could break through minuscule mountain. Even though he had died many years ago and his spirit had long been destroyed, his broken body still had incredible abilities. This didn't seem to be unacceptable, since this was the case if he could bring the remaining blood race realms over. Wouldn't he be able to make the blood ancestor's body complete? Lu Yi couldn't help but be a little tempted. He had the experience of mobilizing the world of absolute blood. That kind of feeling was as if the entire world of absolute blood had turned into an armor that was draped over his body. He could control the world of absolute blood with his own strength. That level of attack was not something that an ordinary expert could withstand. If the blood absolute realm was already like this, then if he could control the complete body of the blood ancestor, he didn't dare to imagine what kind of terrifying power he could display under such circumstances. It should be known that the blood ancestor was an existence that could contend against a starry sky treasure. His strength was far beyond Lu Ye's current level. Even if he was only controlling a shell, the power of an ordinary treasure couldn't compare to it. Moreover, the blood race realms all had deep and profound foundations. Little Nine could devour their heritage to upgrade the Nine province. If he could bring all the other blood race realms over for Little Nine to devour, wouldn't the Nine province be promoted to a top-level realm? Lu Yi was greatly moved by this idea. Just as he was thinking this, Lu Yi suddenly sensed something and looked in a certain direction, raising his brow. "Oh, have you finally found an opportunity?" The direction he was looking at was where Ma Shangxi was cultivating in seclusion. Ma Shangxi was the first blood warrior under Lu Ye's command. She was the first blood warrior he had subdued and had followed Lu Yi for many years, serving him loyally. Lu Yi had always felt that Ma Shangxi wasn't far from breaking through to the Sunshine Realm. But Yu Yao's breakthrough to the Sunshine Realm wasn't easy to break through. Once she broke through, she would be able to advance triumphantly, but if she couldn't, she would only be stuck. Not only Ma Shangxi, but the Xiang Yin and Xianyu sisters were also at this stage. Only Ding Beifeng, who had been subdued in the end, was slightly weaker. In fact, Lu Yi had always thought that the Xiang Yin and Xianyu sisters would be the first to break through to the Sunshine Realm. This was because the two sisters' thoughts were connected and they had a special cultivation method, so they had some advantages in this regard. However, he hadn't expected that the first to take this step would be Ma Shangxi. End of chapter. Chapter 2050. It seemed that the fusion of the absolute blood world and the blood refining world had produced some miraculous changes, allowing Ma Shangxi to gain some insights. Otherwise, there was no way he could have chosen such a good opportunity. Compared to the two sisters from the Snow Clan, he was a pure blood race. The fusion of the two worlds had given him great benefits. Since that was the case, Lu Yi flicked his finger and sent 2 drops of treasure blood flying towards Ma Shangxi. Previously, when he was attacked by Changfeng, he had used up all of his treasure blood, but now it was much easier to condense treasure blood than before. After such a long time, Lu Yi had naturally condensed it again. Moreover, this treasure blood was not contaminated by the black fruit's aura, so Ma Shangxi could completely absorb and refine it. The promotion of a blood race was mainly based on the comprehension of their own bloodline. These 2 drops of treasure blood would undoubtedly help Ma Shangxi, allowing His Holiness to become even stronger after his promotion to Sunshine. The treasure blood flew towards Ma Shangxi and was quickly absorbed by him. Immediately afterwards, there was a suppressed roar, sounding extremely painful. Whether it was Xiang Yin, Changfeng, or Ding Beifeng, they were all in different positions, looking at Ma Shangxi with envy. Sunshine was also the direction they were working towards. Although the several blood warriors didn't openly confront each other, there was still some competition in the dark, especially after Lu Yi had broken through to Sunshine. Yu Yao and the other blood warriors were no longer of much use. At this juncture, whoever could be the first to break through to Sunshine would undoubtedly win Lu Ye's favor. It had been a long time since Lu Yi had bestowed treasure blood to them, because in terms of holiness, these blood warriors were stronger than most of the blood races Sunshine. This time, he bestowed treasure blood to help Ma Shangxi break through more easily. After observing for a moment, Xiang Yin pulled Xianyu and turned around to enter seclusion, her face filled with determination. Obviously, she had been stimulated. Ma Shangxi's promotion was frightening but not dangerous. 2 days later, he flew in front of Lu Yi with a face full of excitement and kowtowed. "This humble servant thanks, sir, for helping me." The blood race was a race that rose and fell because of their bloodline. Except for those with extraordinary talent, if a blood race member wanted to promote to Sunshine, they had to possess holiness. And to obtain holiness, they had to refine Saint Blood. But there were so many blood race clansmen, and Saint Blood was limited, firmly controlled by the upper echelons. Ordinary clansmen had no chance of obtaining Saint Blood. The reason why Ma Shangxi had ventured into the Yinyang Great Millstone in the past was because she had no hope of obtaining the sacred blood. She wanted to use external stimulation to advance. In the end, he met Lu Yi and was subdued by him. It could be said that if it wasn't for Lu Yi, she would still be Yu Yao. She would have no hope of making a breakthrough in her lifetime. However, things were different now. Sunshine was not his final destination. He still had the potential to go further. Lu Yi had given him a strong sense of holiness that far exceeded ordinary Sunshine. Lu Yi raised his hand. "Get up." "Thank you, sir." Ma Shangxi hurriedly stood up, the joy on his face unable to be concealed. "I remember you said that you came from the Blood Jade realm?" Lu Yi asked slowly. "Of course." Lu Yi had investigated Ma Shangxi's background. But back then he had casually asked and Ma Shangxi had casually answered, so no one took it to heart. There was naturally a reason why Lu Yi had brought it up at this time. "Yes." Ma Shangxi nodded. "This humble one is from the Blood Jade realm. If I plan to attack the Blood Jade realm, are you willing to help me?" Ma Shangxi was startled. He immediately knelt on one knee again and said firmly, "This humble one will follow Sir's orders. This humble one will definitely live up to Sir's expectations." Recently, he had been getting along well with Ding Beifeng. Naturally, he had learned about the various encounters of the Blood Jade realm from Ding Beifeng. So he clearly knew what would happen to the Blood Jade realm if Lu Yi said he wanted to attack it. And he knew better than anyone else how to answer to satisfy Lu Yi. Now he was no longer a member of the Blood Jade realm. He was Lu Ye's blood servant. His honor and disgrace were inextricably linked to Lu Yi. Lu Yi nodded with satisfaction. "Very good. Go and make preparations. Come with me on a trip in a few days." "Yes." Ma Shangxi bowed and retreated. Lu Yi looked up and saw that many cultivators had already set off from the 9 states. They had placed the pillars of heaven's fate in various places of the Blood Jade realm. It was obvious that Little Nine had already begun to devour the Blood Jade realm's foundation. In comparison, the Blood Jade realm's foundation was so strong that even the Jade Conch realm could not compare. Once the foundation of the Blood Jade realm was devoured, the 9 states would definitely grow greatly. At the same time, the fusion of the Jade Conch realm was also proceeding at the same time. In a few years, there would definitely be some pleasant changes in the 9 states. Lu Yi returned to the Heart Mountain in a flash. He found Rizhao of the Homunculus clan who had gathered together and told him his plan. Chun Xianhai was stunned. Junior brother has decided to attack the Blood Jade realm? They were not unfamiliar with the Blood Jade realm. Even if they had never been there, they had heard of it. After all, the Homunculus clan and the Blood clan had a great enmity. They had always understood all kinds of information about the Blood clan. After conquering the Blood Jade realm a few years ago, Lu Yi had asked Ri Zhao of the West if he would enter a Blood Clan galaxy on his way back. If so, then he could completely destroy the Blood Jade realm all over again. Unfortunately, the answer he received was no, so Lu Yi gave up on this plan. However, when Ri Zhao of the West came to help after the battle with Zixian, Zhang Kuan told Lu Yi something in private. It was related to the Blood Jade realm, which made Lu Yi quite tempted. However, at that time he had not made up his mind. If he really wanted to attack the Blood Jade realm, it would take a lot of time and delay the fusion of the West. But now, it seemed that if he could bring the Blood Jade realm to the 9 states, first, it would increase the foundation of the 9 states. Second, it would perfect the body of the Blood Ancestor. Third, the Homunculus clan was most willing to attack the Blood Clan. With all these reasons, even if he had to pay the price of some time and energy, it would be worth it. This was why Lu Yi had made up his mind. That's right. This is a rare opportunity. If we miss it, we won't have such good conditions in the future. Lu Yi nodded. Chen Xianhai knew what he meant because he was also present when Zhang Kuan and Lu Yi talked about this. He immediately agreed. Junior brother is right. The West is in a good position now. If we want to attack the Blood Jade realm, Junior brother will have to go there soon. I'm afraid it will be too late. I'll set out tomorrow. Lu Yi had already made up his mind. Chun Xianhai nodded. All right, we'll be on standby here. Junior brother, you can summon us at any time. The Homunculus clan was incomparably enthusiastic when it came to attacking the Blood Clan. If there was a race in the world that would be the happiest when the Blood Clan was destroyed, it would undoubtedly be the Homunculus. After a simple discussion, Lu Yi quickly left. No one would have thought that a few words would determine the future of a realm. What awaited the Blood Jade realm was the inevitable fate of destruction. After leaving Minuscule Mountain, Lu Yi returned to the Innumerable Sea and brought along a large number of spiritual jades and spiritual pills. The journey was long and would take a lot of time. He couldn't just sit around doing nothing. He brought along some spiritual jades and spiritual pills so that he could cultivate at any time. The next day, Lu Yi appeared in Minuscule Mountain again. There was only one person with him, and that was Ma Shangxi. Master and servant stood silently on the giant teleportation formation. Lu Yi closed his eyes and focused, relying on his convenience as the master of Minuscule Mountain. He activated the formation's power. In the next instant, light enveloped them. When the light dissipated, Lu Yi and Ma Shangxi had already disappeared. On the other side, in the western part of Minuscule Mountain, master and servant appeared. Beside the formation, 6 figures stood. They were the 6 Ri Zhao from the western part: Zhang Kuan, Wang Xiong, Lu Zhan, Randong Sheng, Ran Chuya, and Li Wanning. Among the 3 divisions of Minuscule Mountain, the western part had the most Ri Zhao, while the eastern part had the least. This seemed to be related to the size of each division's territory. In comparison, the western part's territory was almost twice the size of the eastern part. When Minuscule Mountain was destroyed, it was not evenly divided into 3 parts. Among the 6 Ri Zhao, Ran Dongsheng and Ran Chuya were brother and sister. At this level, it was rare to see a Ri Zhao because it was not easy to be born. As relatives, the probability of both siblings becoming Ri Zhao at the same time was very small. As for the 6 Ri Zhao, other than Li Wanning, Lu Yi had seen the other 5 before. During the battle with Zixian, the 5 of them went to help. Only Li Wanning stayed behind to defend. Ha ha ha! Junior brother Lu, you're finally here. We old guys have been anxiously waiting for you. Zhang Kuan welcomed him with a big smile. Wang Xiong also spoke. Junior brother, if you didn't come, we were prepared to go to the eastern part to invite you. Lu Yi clasped his fists and said, My apologies, my apologies. Thank you for your concern. Ran Chuya was a woman who looked very intellectual. At this moment, she said, Junior brother has come from afar. We've prepared a simple banquet. Junior brother, please come with us. Lu Yi said, "We're all family. Senior sister, you don't have to be so polite. Let's get down to business first. When it's done, it won't be too late for us to celebrate." The title, family, undoubtedly made the Rizhao from the western part very happy. Lu Zhen immediately nodded and said, "If that's the case, then let's get down to business first." As he said, so he took out a ball-like object. With a surge of his transcendence energy, an illusory pattern immediately appeared in front of everyone. It looked like a miniature picture of a starry sky. Lu Zhen raised his hand and pointed. A light spot immediately appeared on the illusory pattern. "Junior brother, please take a look. This is the location of our western part now." He then pointed at another place. "This is the location of the insect passage." Lu Yi looked over and immediately understood. "We don't seem to be very far from the insect passage. At our current speed, if we change direction, how long will it take to reach there?" "Around 3 months. That's indeed not too far." "Yes, that's why this is a rare opportunity. We've only confirmed that this is an opportunity after many investigations. However, without Junior Brother's help, this would have been impossible." "I understand." The return route from the western part would indeed not pass through any of the Blood Tribe realms. This way, it would be very difficult to recreate the scene of attacking the Blood Extinction realm because the southern part passed through the Blood Extinction galaxy. However, if the western part of the Heart Mountain passed through the Insect Passage, there would be a chance. The galaxy connected to the Insect Passage was right next to the Blood Jade Galaxy. End of chapter. Chapter 2051. The Western Fengtsuan Mountain, which was being guided by the core, needed Lu Ye's help to pass through the insect tunnel. No one else could do this except him. Lu Yi understood the situation and didn't hesitate. He immediately focused his mind and connected to the Western Fengtsuan Mountain. A few moments later, the Western Mount innermost slowly slowed down and finally came to a stop. This was undoubtedly the result of Lu Yi severing the connection between the core and the Western region, as well as personally leading the Western region. The Western Fengtsuan Mountain didn't stop for long. After a while, it changed direction under Lu Ye's control and flew toward the insect tunnel. Lu Yi cultivated on his own. Without the core guiding him, he only needed to adjust the direction of the Western region and occasionally check it out. He didn't need to spend too much effort. During his cultivation, Lu Yi kept using the fire gourd to nourish the talent tree and accelerate the transformation of the talent tree. However, after a few months, he had almost used up all the fire-type resources he had, but there were still no signs of the talent tree transforming. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lu Yi received the news and arrived outside the Fengtsuan Mountain. He stood on the mountain and looked into the distance. A huge insect tunnel stretched across the starry sky. Upon closer inspection, this insect tunnel was obviously unstable. He didn't know how long it had been in place. The danger emanating from it was almost comparable to the situation of the insect tunnels in the 9 states and Vientiane when Su Yiming first went to the 10,000 Elephant Sea. If one tried to cross this insect tunnel with their physical body, not even the Rizhao would be safe. However, it was still passable. Moreover, the Western Fengtsuan Mountain was a part of the Supreme Treasure. Naturally, there was no need to worry about it being damaged. With a little guidance, the Western Fengtsuan Mountain accurately rushed into the insect tunnel. Lu Yi remained on the mountain and followed it. This way, he could make timely adjustments if something unexpected happened. The journey was uneventful. The chaotic void turbulence in the insect tunnel that could severely injure you didn't affect him or the Western region at all. After passing through the insect tunnel, they arrived at another galaxy. Lu Yi held the star map given to him by Zhang Kun. He looked up at the starry sky and determined his position. Soon, he made some adjustments to ensure that the Western region was heading straight for the Blood Jade Galaxy. Only then did he return. Now, all he had to do was wait. In the Western region, many of the Rizhao were sharpening their swords. Even the 6 Rizhao from the eastern and southern regions were ready to teleport over at any time. After another 2 months, the western region finally arrived at the Blood Jade Galaxy. Of course, the Blood Jade realm was not the only realm in this vast galaxy. There were 5 or 6 other realms, and there were many creatures of other races living in them. However, the Blood Kindred's galaxy had one thing in common. Other than the Blood Kindred themselves, all the creatures of other races were just blood slaves that they kept in captivity. In order to facilitate their rule, the Blood Kindred did not allow any elites to appear under their rule. Therefore, in the entire Blood Jade Galaxy, although there were a few realms, the true experts were all from the Blood race. Even if creatures from other races were allowed to cultivate, they would strictly control their cultivation in order to better serve the Blood race. Most of these living beings controlled by the Blood race lived extremely miserable lives. Moreover, no one knew when they would face a calamity. Perhaps a single celebration of the Blood race would result in the slaughter of tens of millions of living beings, just to obtain enough blood and food. The western Fengtsuan Mountain slowly approached the Blood Jade world. There were indeed many active figures of the Blood race in this part of the galaxy. There was even one time when a certain blood race of the constellation realm came to the western Fengtsuan Mountain to rest. However, the western Fengtsuan Mountain looked no different from the most common meteorite in the galaxy. Lu Yi also sealed off the entire western region. So this blood race of the constellation realm did not notice anything unusual and quickly left after staying for a while. After a while, the western region finally arrived at the outer space of the Blood Jade world. However, when the western region's people looked over there, they found something very unexpected. Outside the Blood Jade world, there was a strange object lying across. It was not small, and at first glance, it looked like an oval-shaped beehive. Other than a few entrances and exits, it was basically in a half-closed state. An insect nest. Zhang Kuan raised his eyebrows, looking very surprised. He clearly did not expect there to be an insect nest beside the Blood Jade world. But thinking about it carefully, it did not seem to be surprising. The insect and blood races were notorious in the galaxy, and everyone wanted to beat them up. If these 2 races were not strong enough, they would have been wiped out by the other races. Perhaps because they were in the same boat, the 2 races often interacted with each other and often colluded with each other. This was the Blood Jade solar system, and an insect nest drifted here. It was normal for them to rest here. We hit the jackpot. Wang Xiong grinned. He was in high spirits. This trip was originally meant to attack the Blood Jade world. Since there was an insectoid nest here, it would not take much effort to deal with it. The lesser humans did not have a good impression of the blood race, nor did they have a good impression of the insectoids. Don't be careless. Ran Dongxing said in a deep voice, this insect nest is not small. There must be Rizhao inside, but we don't know how many there are. If there were not many of them, the Mini-Man race could not care, but if there were many, it would be troublesome. However, an insect nest drifting outside would not have too much Rizhao. After all, Rizhao was not a cabbage anywhere. It was not to the extent that there would be more than 10 Rizhao inside. A nest of this size would at most have 2 or 3 Rizhao inside, or even just 1. Zhang Kuan turned to Lu Yi. Junior brother, shall we proceed according to the plan? Lu Yi nodded. I'll bring the senior brothers and sisters over first. There were quite a few Rizhao in the Blood Jade world. The 6 in the south might not be enough, so they had to bring the Rizhao from the east and west to help. Moments later, the auras of 5 more Rizhao could be sensed in the western Fengtsuan Mountain. Apart from Wu Qima, the other 5 from the east and south had all arrived. After a simple discussion, Lu Yi left Fengtsuan Mountain with Ma Shangxi and headed straight for the Blood Jade world. According to the original plan, there was no need to probe at all. With Lu Ye's current strength and the Mini-Man race's foundation, it was enough to take down the Blood Jade world. However, the appearance of the insect nest was a variable, so Lu Yi thought it would be better to scout the Blood Jade world first and see what the situation was over there. Ma Shangxi played a crucial role at this time. After all, he was born in the Blood Jade world and had been wandering outside for many years. Now that he had returned as a Rizhao, it could be said that he had returned home in glory. Lu Yi followed closely behind Ma Shangxi, acting as if Ma Shangxi was the master and he was the servant. This caused Ma Shangxi to feel uneasy, and she transmitted her voice. "My lord, I've made you suffer." Lu Yi said indifferently, "If you want to pretend, then pretend. Don't be so careful. You're a Rizhao now, so show me your power." Ma Shangxi immediately straightened his back. The two figures flew past the insect nest. From afar, they could see insect cultivators guarding the nest. Their auras weren't weak, and they were all at the Yu Yao realm. Suddenly, another figure flew out from the insect nest and charged toward the Blood Jade world. However, this person wasn't an insect, but a vampire. Ma Shangxi's gaze met the other party's, and the vampire exclaimed in surprise, "Ma Shangxi?" He obviously recognized Ma Shangxi, and after shouting out those words, he immediately flew over to her. Ma Shangxi's heart tightened. They were too close to each other, so he couldn't explain anything to Lu Yi through voice transmission. He could only wait. In the blink of an eye, the vampire arrived in front of Ma Shangxi and sized him up. He was slightly surprised because he sensed that Ma Shangxi was already in the Rizhao realm. He then looked at Lu Yi behind Ma Shangxi. He didn't pay much attention to him because Lu Yi had already used 1,000 faces to change his appearance. He also used pseudo-prestige spirit runes to disguise himself as a Yu Yao cultivator. This couldn't be helped. Lu Yi had long been targeted by the vampires. When he was still in the constellation, the vampires had already placed a bounty on him. Naturally, he had to disguise himself this time. "You've actually become a Rizhao cultivator?" The vampire was shocked as if he had seen something unbelievable. "I didn't know you were so lucky." He naturally knew Ma Shangxi's background. It wasn't easy for a vampire without a sacred bloodline to become a Rizhao cultivator. However, he, a Yu Yao, didn't show any respect when facing a Rizhao cultivator like Ma Shangxi. Instead, he even mocked him. Ma Shangxi didn't seem to notice. He only squeezed out a smile and said, "I was just lucky." Yu Yao chuckled. Suddenly, his face darkened. "What? Have you forgotten the proper etiquette after becoming a Rizhao cultivator? Have you forgotten what I've taught you before?" Ma Shangxi's expression changed. He quickly lowered his head and cupped his fists respectfully. "Greetings, Heavenly Mandate Saint." Among the Blood Clan, only those who possessed the blood of a saint were called holy sages. This was a noble status that had nothing to do with one's cultivation level. The reason this heavenly mandate could use Yu Yao's body to reprimand Ma Shangxi's sunshine was because he was a holy sage. Seeing Ma Shangxi's reaction, the heavenly mandate nodded. "Fortunately, you haven't forgotten who you are after so many years." He rubbed his chin and pondered for a while. "Now that you're a Rizhao cultivator, you're qualified to follow me. Follow me from now on. In a few years, when I become a Rizhao cultivator, I might consider turning you into a blood servant based on your performance." In the past, Ma Shangxi would have been moved to tears by his arrogant tone. After all, becoming a blood servant of a saint was the dream of many vampires. This was also his dream back then. Because he had no hope of obtaining a sacred bloodline, he could only settle for the next best thing. But now, Ma Shangxi felt disgusted, but he could only put on a grateful gesture. "Thank you for your kindness, Saint. Ma Shangxi is willing to follow you and serve you with all my heart." Compared to the heavenly mandate's empty promise, Lu Ye's generous gift had already changed him. End of chapter. Chapter 2052. Very good. Haha. Heavenly Mandate laughed. He was in a wonderful mood. Although he was a saint and there were countless blood clan members who wanted to follow him, it was still very rare to have someone like Ma Shangxi as his follower. After all, there were only so many people in the entire Blood Jade realm. Heavenly Mandate was secretly glad that he acted quickly. Otherwise, if other saints saw Ma Shangxi, he would not have the chance to intervene. Let's go back to my territory. Today is a good day. Heavenly Mandate waved his hand and led Ma Shangxi and Lu Yi back to his territory. All the realms of the blood race were basically based on the territories of the Saint Venerables. Basically, every Saint Venerate with sufficient strength would have their own territory. The Heavenly Mandate realm was already at the peak of Yu Yao's power, so it was only natural that she would have her own territory. Ma Shangxi glanced at Lu Yi quietly to ask for his opinion. Lu Yi nodded subtly. He came to the Blood Jade realm mainly to find out about the insectoid hive. Heavenly Mandate came out of the hive just now, so he obviously knew some inside information. It was a good choice to follow Heavenly Mandate now. Ma Shangxi had followed Lu Yi for many years and naturally saw through his intentions. So, on the way to the territory with Heavenly Mandate, she took the initiative to ask for Lu Yi, "Saint, what's the situation with the hive?" The insectoid and blood clan did have some dealings, but it was rare to see an insectoid hive near the blood clan's territory. Tianyu frowned. He didn't want to say much, but considering that he had just accepted Ma Shangxi, and that Ma Shangxi was Rizhao, she was destined to be his right-hand man in the future, he patiently explained, "I don't know the specifics, but I heard from my father that the insectoids are here to discuss with us, the blood clan, about how to deal with the situation when the insectoids come in the future." The coming of the general trend? Ma Shangxi was stunned. Behind her, Lu Ye's expression changed. He had seen sporadic records of the so-called general trend in the ocean tower of the Heavenly Azura clan, but he really did not know what this trend was. But now that the insectoids were here to discuss this matter with the Blood Clan, it was obviously no small matter. Heavenly Mandate said, "I don't know the details, but perhaps my father knows something. You don't need to ask too much. You will know when the time comes." "Yes." Ma Shangxi agreed, helplessly. As a follower, since the Heavenly Mandate had said so, he could only shut his mouth. The Heavenly Mandate suddenly spoke again. The matter this time should not be small. 5 days later, many sunshine sages of our race will gather at the Tianya Pavilion to discuss this matter with the insect race. I should be qualified to attend. I will bring you in to listen. This was undoubtedly the Heavenly Mandate's attempt to win Ma Shangxi over. Ma Shangxi looked grateful and said, "Thank you, my lord." The three of them soon arrived at Heavenly Mandate's territory. As Holy Sovereign Yu Yao, Heavenly Mandate's territory was quite large. The Heavenly Mandate realm placed Ma Shangxi on a spirit peak before leaving in a hurry. It seemed that they still had something to do. There were many buildings on this spirit peak. It should have been a palace of the Heavenly Mandate realm, and now it was given to Ma Shangxi. There were many blood kindred here, as well as many blood slaves. While Ma Shangxi was settling down, on the western side of the Fengcun mountain, Zhang Kuan raised his brows. The grand momentum is descending. He turned to look at the other sunshine sages of the hominid clan. "Have you heard of this before?" Everyone shook their heads, obviously not having heard of such a thing. Only Lu Yi spoke up. "I once saw some similar records somewhere, but they weren't very clear. I only know that when the general trend descends, it will be a calamity." As he spoke, he looked around at everyone. "If I am not mistaken, the battle where the blood ancestor destroyed the Fengcun mountain is related to the grand momentum. The scattered information recorded in the ocean tower mentioned this before." The Lu Yi sitting here was, of course, not the Heavenly Mandate realm. It was just a talent tree avatar that he had left here. This way, any information that the Heavenly Mandate realm obtained could be shared with the talent tree avatar at any time. Hearing this, the Sunshine Sages of the Hominid clan all looked serious. The blood ancestor destroying the Fengcun mountain was a turning point in the history of the Hominid clan. It was also the hatred of the entire clan. Chen Xianhai said, "If that's the case, then it's not strange that we don't know about it." The hominid clan was also a clan with a long history. With the protection of the Fangcun Mountain, even though they had split up, the hominid clan had not encountered any major disasters. They had records of many major events and changes in the universe. However, the blood ancestor destroying the Fangcun Mountain was far too distant. It could be traced back to hundreds of thousands of years ago. This was related to the grand momentum, so how could they know? In 5 days, the blood race's Sunshine and the insect race's envoy will be discussing something in a place called the World's Edge Pavilion. Perhaps we can gather some information, Lu Yi said. And this is an opportunity. Chun Xianhai nodded. That's right. This is indeed a good opportunity. Originally, it would have taken some effort to deal with the Blood Jade Realm Sunshine. After all, these Sunshine sages were usually scattered throughout their territories. It would be very difficult to deal with them all at once. However, if they gathered together, it would be much more convenient. There was also the insect race's Sunshine. In 5 days? Lu Yi asked. In 5 days? Chun Xianhai nodded. Okay, then I'll gather everyone at that time. With the Talent Tree's clone here, as long as his original body could reach a suitable location, he would be able to catch the blood race off guard. As long as he could destroy the blood race's Sunshine in the shortest time possible, the Blood Jade Realm would be under his control. In the Heavenly Mandate Palace, Ma Shangxi talked about the grudge between him and Heavenly Mandate. They were both blood race cultivators of the same generation. Ma Shangxi's talent had always been much higher than Heavenly Mandate's. Before becoming a constellation, Ma Shangxi's cultivation had always been higher than Heavenly Mandate's. Unfortunately, Heavenly Mandate had a powerful father. His father was the top 3 Saint Sunshine in the entire Blood Jade Realm. After Heavenly Mandate became a constellation, under his father's protection, he refined a drop of saint blood and became a saint sovereign. Because of this, the gap between their status was completely widened. After many years of competition, Heavenly Mandate had always been hostile to Ma Shangxi. After becoming a saint sovereign, he naturally humiliated Ma Shangxi. A large part of the reason why Ma Shangxi left the Blood Jade Realm back then was because of this. Saint sovereigns were supreme. In the realm, Saint Sovereign Yu Yao disliked him. Of course, Ma Shangxi did not dare to stay any longer. Moreover, with his connections, it was impossible for him to obtain saint blood without the help of a powerhouse. Therefore, he left the Blood Jade Realm and wandered outside for many years. He did not expect to meet Heavenly Mandate as soon as he came back. If he was not afraid of affecting Lu Ye's plan, he would have killed him with one palm. Even though he had just become a Rizhao not long ago, in the vast Blood Jade Realm, if he were to fight alone, no Rizhao would be his match. His holiness was so strong that it was not something an ordinary blood breed, Holy Master could compare to. He spoke unhurriedly, and Lu Yi listened quietly. After he finished, Lu Yi said, "When we get back, Heavenly Mandate, you deal with it yourself." Ma Shangxi was overjoyed. "Thank you, my lord." When he thought about how he could get back at Heavenly Mandate for so many years, he was looking forward to it. After thinking for a while, he suddenly asked, "Does my lord want to recruit more blood warriors?" Seeing Lu Yi turn his head to look at him, Ma Shangxi hurriedly explained, "I have a few good friends in this world, especially one of them. He is extremely talented, and when I left the Blood Jade world, he had already broken through to Sunshine." Oh, Lu Yi suddenly became interested. Of course, he knew how difficult it was for a blood race cultivator who hadn't refined saint blood to break through to the Sunshine Realm. If Ma Shangxi's friend had such aptitude, he would be one of the best in the entire starry sky. If such a person was accepted as a blood warrior, his future achievements would definitely not be low. However, Lu Yi still asked, "You left the Blood Jade Realm for so many years. Can't he be given saint blood?" If he wanted to recruit a blood race member as a blood warrior, the necessary condition was that the other party was not a saint venerable. He had no way to convert a blood race member who had refined saint blood into a blood warrior. Although the Xiangyin and Xianyu sisters were considered first-generation blood race members in name, they had not refined saint blood, so Lu Yi could convert them. Ma Shangxi sighed. "My lord, you may not know this, but it is not just the Blood Jade realm. In the other Blood Clan realms, there are many people like my good friend who are talented but unable to achieve their goals. Right now, there is not much saint blood in our clan, and most of it is controlled by the higher-ups. Ordinary clansmen cannot obtain it at all. My good friend is most likely not a saint venerable because his talent is too outstanding. The saint venerables of this realm may be afraid of him. If they were really afraid of him, how could they give him saint blood? Moreover, for the blood race, saint blood could not only enhance their own bloodline, but also suppress their own clansmen. If they were to deal with external enemies, it did not matter much whether they had saint blood or not. Without saint blood, they could still exert their strength. If Sir is interested, I can help you ask." Ma Shangxi said. "Then ask." Lu Yi nodded. "Do you want to ask just him or all the others?" Ma Shangxi looked at Lu Yi cautiously. Lu Yi snickered. Ma Shangxi was still loyal to his friends. He knew what the fate of the Blood Jade world was going to be, and he was afraid that his friends would suffer an unexpected calamity. If they could get Lu Ye's approval, they would be able to avoid the calamity. "There are 9 candidates. You can decide for yourself." Lu Yi waved his hand and took out a total of 9 drops of saint blood. Ma Shangxi was grateful. "Many thanks for Sir's mercy. This humble servant guarantees that they will be loyal to Sir in the future. But if they have any disloyalty, this humble servant will bring his head to see Sir." Lu Yi was naturally not worried that his blood warriors would have any disloyalty towards him. After refining his saint blood, they would be his subordinates from now on. The reason he was so generous was because Ma Shangxi had spoken, and secondly, he had come here with the intention of accepting a few more blood warriors. What he valued was not the strength of the blood warriors, but their ability to cooperate with him in some way. End of this chapter. Chapter 2053. Lu Yi had an idea that he needed to try out, and it required some blood warriors to assist him. At present, he only had 4 blood warriors under his command, and Ma Shangxi was the only one in the Sunshine Realm, so he naturally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to recruit a few more. Atop the Spirit Peak, Lu Yi waited calmly. A day later, some guests came to visit. Surprisingly, they were Ma Shangxi's good friends in the Blood Jade world. There weren't many of them, only 6 in total, and all of them had rushed here to see him after receiving a message from Ma Shangxi. Lu Yi had indeed given Ma Shangxi 9 spots, but firstly, he didn't have many good friends in the Blood Jade world, and secondly, if he wanted to become Lu Ye's blood warrior, he needed to have some strength, so he didn't consider those below Yu Yao. Of the 6 guests, 1 was Sunshine, and the other 5 were Yu Yao. Reuniting after such a long time, the 6 guests were naturally very curious about Ma Shangxi's experiences in the outside world. They all asked her questions, but Ma Shangxi deliberately mystified them and avoided answering them. She only chatted with them while eating and drinking. After 3 rounds of wine, Ma Shangxi carefully observed his friends' expressions and saw that although their strength had improved over the years, they were still as depressed as before. So he immediately made a decision. "Didn't you all want to know how I broke through to Sunshine?" Ma Shangxi suddenly asked. Senior brother Ma is finally willing to talk. A beautiful female blood race woman's expression changed. She was one of the 5 Yu Yao and had reached the peak of Yu Yao's cultivation, preparing to break through to the Sunshine Realm. Unfortunately, her bloodline was lacking and she couldn't see any hope of breaking through. So Ma Shangxi's breakthrough had undoubtedly given her some inspiration. Therefore, among these people, she was the one who wanted to know the most. Although the other Yu Yao weren't as eager as her, there was naturally no harm in learning more about this kind of matter, so she immediately showed a look of interest. Even the only Sunshine blood race cultivator called God's Grace was curious. It seemed that he had been able to break through to the Sunshine realm because of his talent. According to his understanding of Ma Shangxi, his good friend shouldn't have been able to break through the shackles of Yu Yao. But after returning from this trip, he had already broken through to the Sunshine realm, causing him to be puzzled. "There's nothing I can't tell you." Ma Shangxi smiled lightly. "Even if I can't tell others, this Ma is naturally willing to tell you all." As soon as these words came out, the other blood race cultivators were moved. "Come with me." Ma Shangxi drank the wine in his cup and stood up to greet them. The few members of the blood clan had no hesitation and hurriedly followed him. After a short while, Ma Shangxi activated numerous restrictions in a sealed room underground, isolating it from the outside world. When the several blood race cultivators who had followed him saw him being so cautious, their expressions couldn't help but turn cold. They could faintly sense that the secret Ma Shangxi was about to reveal was no small matter. After all, there was no need to be so mysterious if it was just to explain how he managed to level up to Sunshine. Looking at his friend's expressions, Ma Shangxi faintly smiled and slightly activated the blood river technique. Soon, the entire secret chamber was filled with blood. Ma Shangxi's voice rang out. "The reason why I was able to advance to Sunshine so smoothly is very simple." As his voice fell, the holiness that he had concealed using a secret technique was slowly activated. The faces of the blood clan members changed. God Grace even cried out involuntarily, "The body of a holy venerable?" He could not believe what he was feeling at this moment. Ma Shangxi's blood river was actually emitting a holy aura that only a sacred sage could possess. Furthermore, the holy aura was still increasing, and very soon it surpassed the level that he had felt from other sacred sages. But how was this possible? Sacred blood had always been strictly controlled by the upper echelons of the blood clan. The death of every blood clan sacred sage would be recorded, and the cause would be traced back. Then the sacred blood would be retrieved. If Ma Shangxi had obtained a drop of sacred blood by chance and refined it to become a sacred sage, then so be it. However, a drop of sacred blood could not possibly have such a strong holy aura. How much sacred blood did he refine to reach such a level? Under the suppression of this holy aura, he felt his blood and qi stagnate. Even if he attacked with all his might now, he could only barely exert strength comparable to Yu Yao. If even he was in such a state, the 5 Yu Yao beside him were even more limp. Their bodies went limp, and they hurriedly supported each other to prevent themselves from falling. However, their faces were filled with fear and envy. The fear came from the suppression of their bloodlines, while the envy came from their good friend's amazing opportunity. "Do you feel it?" Ma Shangxi tried to speak as softly as possible. He had no ill intentions towards his good friends, but the suppression of their bloodlines was not something he could control. They all nodded. God's Grace opened his mouth as if he wanted to ask something, but in the end he held back. He originally wanted to know how Ma Shangxi had advanced to Rizhao and see if he could get some inspiration from Ma Shangxi's method, but now it seemed that there was no need to ask. He could not help but feel dejected. Although he and Ma Shangxi were barely strong in the blood jade realm back then, they did not have much status. They were indeed high and mighty in front of ordinary blood clan members, but in front of any sacred sage, they had to beg for mercy. Fortunately, he had advanced to Rizhao, and his status had improved somewhat. Ma Shangxi had gone far away, but now he had returned as a sacred sage. In comparison, he had wasted so many years in the blood jade realm. "Do you want it?" Ma Shangxi asked in a low voice. The shocked blood clan members were all stunned. God's Grace instinctively asked, "What do you want?" An incredulous thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Ma Shangxi smiled faintly, then raised her hand and pointed. 6 drops of golden blood suddenly flew in front of each of them. "If you want it, hurry up and refine it. Once you refine it, you will also be sacred sages. The 6 blood clan members looked at the precious blood that had suddenly appeared in front of them. They were all like hungry wolves that had seen fat meat, and their breathing became rapid. However, no one moved, because the precious blood in front of them looked a little different from the legendary sacred blood. Although it was not the same, the sacred nature contained in it could not be faked. Most importantly, Brother Ma, where did you get so much sacred blood? God's Grace's lips were dry as he looked at Ma Shangxi. His good friend's sacred nature was so strong, and it was obvious that he had refined a lot of sacred blood. It was unbelievable that he still had extra in his hands. Ma Shangxi smiled but did not say anything. God's Grace did not ask any more questions. He just looked at the precious blood in front of him with a conflicted expression. He could feel his bloodline's extreme desire for this drop of sacred blood. That desire was enough to make him lose his rationality. Although he knew that refining the sacred blood was extremely dangerous, he still wanted to risk his life. And this desire would become more and more intense with the passage of time. This was undoubtedly an unavoidable problem for the blood clan members when faced with the temptation of the sacred blood. All the blood clan members knew that refining the sacred blood was very dangerous. If they succeeded, they would become sacred sages, high and mighty. However, if they failed, they would die, and the risk was extremely high. However, if a blood clan member really faced the sacred blood, no one would be able to remain indifferent. I don't care anymore. While he was still hesitating, on the other side, there was already a blood clan member who could not bear it anymore. He reached out and grabbed the golden precious blood in front of him, stuffed it into his mouth, and swallowed it whole. With the first, there was a second. In the blink of an eye, 5 Yu Yao had made their choice. God's Grace was still struggling, but he did not leave immediately. This meant that his struggle was destined to be futile. Let's risk it, God's Grace shouted. He finally grabbed the precious blood and began to refine it. His many years of desire and pursuit were placed in front of him, just like that. He really could not resist this temptation. Ma Shangxi had obviously expected this situation. Only now did he stop his blood technique. He flashed to the side and waited quietly. In the next moment, miserable screams rang out one after another from the secret room. Ma Shangxi's expression did not change. He naturally knew how difficult the process of refining the precious blood was. However, compared to refining the real sacred blood, refining the precious blood had a huge advantage, and that was that there was no danger to one's life. Over the years, he had obtained precious blood from Lu Yi more than once. He had done so, the Xiang sisters had done so, and Ding Beifeng had done so as well. However, they were still alive and well. Every time they refined the precious blood, their sacred nature would become richer, and their bloodlines would become purer. Time passed. After more than half a day, God's Grace's breathing finally calmed down. He slowly opened his eyes, which were filled with joy. He had successfully refined the sacred blood, and now he had finally entered the ranks of the sacred sages. In his joy, he thought of the others and hurriedly turned his head to take a look. He could not help but be stunned. How could this be? His 5 good friends were actually still alive. Moreover, looking at their condition, it was obvious that they were in the process of refining and should be finished soon. His cultivation was the highest, so he finished the fastest. The blood I gave you is different from the real sacred blood. Although refining it is difficult, there is no danger to your life. Ma Shangxi had appeared beside him at some point and explained. God's Grace hesitated. Brother Ma, the source of the sacred blood is... You'll know in a moment, Ma Shangxi said. God's Grace suppressed his doubts and calmed down to familiarize himself with a suddenly much richer bloodline. He finally understood why it was so difficult for ordinary Yu Yao to reach sunshine. This was not a simple matter to begin with. Not to mention ordinary Yu Yao. Even Yu Yao as a sacred venerate might not necessarily be able to reach sunshine. That was because it involved the comprehension of one's bloodline. Sacred venerates only had their own advantages in this process. Now that he had become a sacred venerate, his bloodline had become much richer. In the future, his cultivation would be much easier. Moreover, he could faintly feel that there was a mysterious connection between him and a certain location nearby. After carefully sensing this connection, God's Grace was bewildered. Half a day later, Lu Yi was sitting in a room, gazing at the 6 figures in front of him. Ma Shangxi, who was standing beside him, bowed and said, "Sir, we have brought them." Lu Yi nodded. The 6 new blood warriors, led by God's Grace, were all looking at him curiously. After refining his precious blood, these blood warriors now had a natural sense of awe and intimacy towards him. Therefore, even though it was their first time meeting him, the 6 blood warriors vaguely understood what had happened. End of this chapter. Chapter 2054. It was precisely because they understood this that the 6 blood warriors were even more shocked. What Ma Shangxi gave them before was indeed not holy blood, but treasure blood. It was a mysterious essence that only blood race Saint Venerables could condense. If it was given to a clansman, they could transform them into their own blood warriors. At the same time, because they had refined holy blood's treasure blood, the blood warriors would possess some holiness. Of course, this degree of holiness was not strong, and the status of blood warriors was only between Saint Venerables and ordinary blood race cultivators. The 6 blood race cultivators were no strangers to blood warriors, especially God's Grace. Not long after he had become a sunshine saint, a peak Saint Venerable of this world had wanted to accept him as a blood warrior and had even specifically discussed this matter with him. However, God's Grace did not agree. After all, he was a sunshine saint, so how could he become someone else's blood warrior and have his life and death controlled by others? Because of this, he had offended that Saint Venerable. Although the other party did not do anything to him, it was inevitable that he would make things difficult for him. But he had never thought that, after going around in circles, he would still become a blood warrior. But how could treasure blood have such rich holiness? And so much of it, as far as he knew, even for Saint Venerables, it was extremely difficult to condense their own treasure blood, and they had to pay a great price. Moreover, the amount of treasure blood a Saint Venerable could condense in their lifetime was limited, because every drop of treasure blood would nourish the Saint Venerable's holiness, so even Saint Venerables would not easily give out treasure blood, let alone transform too many blood warriors. For example, the peak Saint Venerable who had looked for him in the past only had 3 blood warriors under his command, and one of them had been chosen as a blood warrior because of his descendant. This was all common sense. But at this moment, this inherent common sense and understanding was fragmented. What shocked God's Grace even more was that if a Saint Venerable could condense so much treasure blood so easily and give it out so casually, just how rich was his holiness? Everyone, the one in front of you, is our master, and the treasure blood you refined was also given by master. As for his name, you should have heard of him, Ma Shangxi said slowly. We have heard of him. God's thoughts were interrupted, and he looked curious. When he looked forward again, Lu Ye's appearance suddenly changed, and even his aura changed. Soon, a familiar face appeared in their field of vision. 9 heavens, Lu Ye! God's Grace couldn't help but widen his eyes. 5 Yu Yao's eyes were also filled with disbelief. They all had a preconceived notion that the Holy Master in front of them was a reclusive senior of their clan, but they never thought that it was actually Lu Yi who had a bounty on his head. As far as they knew, Lu Yi from the 9 heavens was a human. The moment the words left his mouth, God's Grace broke out in cold sweat. This subordinate has misspoken. Please forgive me, sir. It's fine. Lu Yi smiled. You are Ma Shangxi's friend, and now that you have refined my precious blood, you are one of us from now on. Old Ma thinks highly of you, so he recommended you to me when he came to the Blood Jade realm. God's Grace raised his head and looked at Ma Shangxi standing beside Lu Yi. His mood complicated for a moment, Many thanks for Sir's high regard. This subordinate will follow Sir's side in the future, at your beck and call. A few Yueyao also hurriedly expressed their loyalty. We pledge our lives to follow you, my lord, even if we have to go through fire and water, even if we have to die 1,000 deaths. They couldn't be disloyal. Ever since they refined the precious blood, they had already cut off their past. From now on, they were Lu Ye's people. Lu Ye spoke again. I know you have doubts in your hearts. I am indeed the 9 heavens, Lu Ye you speak of, and I am also a human, but I am also a holy master of your blood race. There are some things you will slowly come to know in the future. But right now, there is something I need your help with. God's Grace hurriedly said, Please tell us, sir. Lu Ye spoke slowly, and the new blood warriors trembled in fear. None of them had expected that in such a peaceful environment, there would be surging killing, intent, and fierce undercurrents. Only now did the blood race look at Ma Shangxi with incomparable gratitude, because if Ma Shangxi hadn't recommended them to Lu Yi, they would have died in the following conflict without even knowing how they died. After a short while, the 6 new blood warriors left. Lu Yi calmly waited for the arrival of the World Edge Pavilion's meeting. He was wondering if he should find a way to sneak in. Although the heavenly mandate had said that he, as Holy Master Yao, should be qualified to attend the meeting and could bring Ma Shangxi in to listen, the heavenly mandate was only a small character in a meeting of that level. Bringing Ma Shangxi in was the limit, and it was impossible for him to bring Lu Yi in. He was still very interested in the matter of the descending general trend, and he desperately wanted to know what this so-called general trend was. However, after thinking about it, he didn't seem to have any particularly good ideas. At this moment, an unconcealed aura suddenly rushed over from afar, and Lu Yi immediately sensed it. Ma Shangxi also quickly sensed the aura and hurriedly ran over. My lord, the heavenly mandate is here. Go and welcome him. He is your new master after all. The corner of Ma Shangxi's eyes twitched. My lord, you must be joking. After a short while, Ma Shangxi and Lu Yi stood outside the palace, looking at the heavenly mandate descending from the sky, and bowed. Welcome, Holy Master. Lu Yi also bowed slightly, his gaze passing Ma Shangxi's figure and looking at the heavenly mandate. Suddenly, he felt a little strange, because the heavenly mandate's expression was a little vexed and angry, and he didn't know what had happened. After looking deeply at Ma Shangxi, the heavenly mandate said, Come with me. Ma Shangxi didn't understand, but he still stepped forward and followed. Lu Yi also followed closely behind like a servant, only glancing at the heavenly mandate and not paying him any more attention. In the realm of the blood race, all races other than the blood race were inferior races, so even if Lu Yi was disguised as Yu Yao, the heavenly mandate didn't care at all. Along the way, Ma Shangxi asked halfway, Holy Master, where are we going? The heavenly mandate was silent, and it was obvious that he wasn't in a good mood. After a long while, he said, Ma Shangxi, your fortune is here. What do you mean, Holy Master? The heavenly mandate turned to look at him. You'll know when the time comes, no need to ask. He was obviously not in the mood to say anything. Ma Shangxi had no choice but to follow in silence. Half a day later, the 3 of them arrived in front of a huge palace. There was a vigorous aura inside the palace, and it was obviously a sunshine and not an ordinary one at that. When they arrived, Ma Shangxi finally reacted and secretly transmitted a message to Lu Yi. Lord, this should be Lingza's territory. Lingza is the heavenly mandate's father, and he's also the 3rd strongest cultivator in the entire Blood Jade realm, and he's at the late stage of the Sunshine realm. Previously, Ma Shangxi had told him that the heavenly mandate had a good father. Hearing Ma Shangxi's words now, Lu Yi immediately understood that this should be Lingza. But why did the heavenly mandate bring Ma Shangxi here? And he said those words on the way here. Lu Yi suddenly had a bad feeling. In a flash, the heavenly mandate landed in front of the palace and led Ma Shangxi inside. The main hall was spacious and empty, except for a figure sitting at the very top. When they reached the center of the hall, the heavenly mandate cupped his fists and said, "Lord Father, I've brought Ma Shangxi." Behind him, Ma Shangxi stepped forward and bowed. "Ma Shangxi greets, Lord Lingze." Lu Yi also lowered his head. At the top of the hall, Lingze's sharp gaze landed on Ma Shangxi. His gaze was filled with a sense of scrutiny, but he let out a hearty laugh. "Good, good, good. Our world has finally produced another sunshine. This is truly worthy of celebration. Ma Shangxi, right? This sovereign has heard of you." "Thank you, Lord." Lord Lingze looked Ma Shangxi up and down for a while, and was obviously very satisfied. "I heard that you were friends with the heavenly mandate when you were young, and you're also a citizen of my territory." "Yes." Ma Shangxi nodded. He was indeed born in Lingze's territory, but a low-level blood breed like him was different from the noble heavenly mandate. He didn't even know who his parents were. Blood breeds were born from blood fetuses, and low-level blood breeds were usually born from a large number of blood fetuses. "That's right. It's my fault for neglecting you in the past." Ma Shangxi said politely, "You're too serious, Lord." Lingze continued, "In order to make up for my mistake, I've decided to take you as a blood servant. What do you think?" Ma Shangxi was stunned. However, he finally understood why the heavenly mandate looked so unhappy when he came to find him. He also understood what the heavenly mandate meant when he said good fortune. So that was it. The heavenly mandate was naturally unhappy that his follower was chosen by his father to be a blood servant. However, everything he had was given to him by Lingze, and he couldn't resist Lingze's words. From the heavenly mandate's point of view, he could understand Lingze's honest advice. Ma Shangxi was not God's grace. God's grace was proud and arrogant. Back then, he had rejected the recruitment of a top lord to be a blood servant. In recent years, other lords had not tried this. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to be rejected again? However, Ma Shangxi was different. Although he had also become a Sunshine Lord, he didn't seem to have any backbone. Even a lord like the heavenly mandate was willing to follow him, let alone a Sunshine Lord like Lingze. In Lingze's opinion, as long as he expressed this wish, Ma Shangxi would definitely agree. Moreover, Ma Shangxi had just returned to the Blood Jade world. The news of him becoming a Sunshine Lord hadn't spread yet. Once it did, the heavenly mandate alone wouldn't be able to keep Ma Shangxi. It was with all these considerations that Lingze personally came forward to prevent Ma Shangxi from being recruited by other Sunshine Lords. It was a good thing for any saint to have another Sunshine Realm cultivator under their command. What was a drop of blood servant compared to this? In the main hall, many thoughts flashed through Ma Shangxi's mind. He quickly understood that he couldn't refuse Lingze's proposal. Although he was asking him what he thought, if he really refused, he would definitely anger the other party, which would be detrimental to his next plan. In that case, he could only agree. However, he was already Lu Ye's blood servant. It was impossible for him to refine someone else's blood servant. He sighed in his heart. This guy Lingze was really rushing to his death. Others didn't know what kind of amazing methods Lu Yi had, but as the first blood servant, how could Ma Shangxi not know? Therefore, there was no need to discuss anything with Lu Yi. Ma Shangxi knew what he was planning at the moment. He immediately put on a grateful posture and said, "Ma Shangxi will remember Holy Sir's great kindness. I am willing to be a blood servant." Chapter 2055. Good, good, good. Lingze laughed heartily. Although he had expected this, he couldn't help but look at Ma Shangxi with disdain when he saw how spineless he was. He raised his hand, and the bloody light on his palm surged fiercely. It slowly condensed, and after a while a drop of precious blood that was as red as a ruby was born. A trace of exhaustion and weakness appeared on Lingze's face. This was the first time Lu Yi had seen another blood race, Saint Venerable, condense his own precious blood. Compared to himself, this Lingze was far inferior. Ma Shangxi's eyes were like a leech as he greedily bit onto the drop of precious blood. This was the reaction of an ordinary blood race member. Ling Zai smiled slightly. Take it and refine it here. This senior will stand guard for you. Although Ma Shangxi had already agreed to become his blood warrior, and there wouldn't be any accidents or dangers during the refining process, this kind of thing naturally had to be done right under his nose. Before Ma Shangxi refined the blood, Ling Zai couldn't possibly let him go. Yes. Ma Shangxi stepped forward and respectfully took the ruby-like precious blood from Ling Zai's hand. He then retreated and sat down cross-legged, swallowing the precious blood in one gulp. The next moment, the blood aura around him surged and spread in all directions. In a short period of time, the entire hall was covered in a bloody light, and intense energy fluctuations fluctuated from it. Ling Zai, who was sitting upright, suddenly frowned. He vaguely felt that something wasn't right. As a newly promoted Rizhao, Ma Shangxi's blood aura seemed to be a bit too rich. This undoubtedly showed that his foundation was very solid. But the key point was that the commotion caused by Ma Shangxi refining the precious blood was a bit big. Normally speaking, refining precious blood shouldn't cause such a big commotion. He had also accepted a blood warrior before, but that blood warrior didn't cause such a commotion when refining his precious blood. Could it be because Ma Shangxi was already Rizhao? After all, he hadn't accepted Rizhao as a blood warrior before. He really didn't know if this was normal or not. Just as he was about to continue observing, Ma Shangxi suddenly opened his eyes and said in a low voice, "Saint Venerable!" "What's wrong?" Ling Zai replied, "My lord, please die." Almost at the same time as Ma Shangxi's voice fell, the already vast blood qi suddenly became even denser. At the same time, the sonorous sound of a blade rang out. Before Ling Zai could react to what had happened, he suddenly felt an extremely terrifying divine nature erupting from the surrounding blood qi. Even the person with the purest bloodline in this world couldn't compare to the intensity of the holy aura. This sudden suppression caused Ling Zai to involuntarily groan as his expression changed drastically. A figure had already arrived in front of him. Ling Zai could only vaguely see a flash of a saber light as he felt a sharp pain in his body. The blood crystal in his body had shattered. Even though he was in the late sunshine realm, his cultivation level dropped drastically with the shattering of the blood crystal. Then he felt a large hand pressing down on his forehead. Compared to the strong holy aura he had felt before, an even more terrifying holy aura enveloped his mind. It was a level that he did not even dare to imagine. When faced with this second type of divine nature, he felt as if he had fallen into a vast and boundless starry sky, without any boundaries and without anyone to rely on. "You!" There was a short exclamation from Tian Yu's side. Ma Shangxi had already pounced in front of him and grabbed his head. Tian Yu did not even have time to react to this sudden change of events, and he was even more confused as to why Ma Shangxi would suddenly attack him. He wanted to ask more questions, but Ma Shangxi had already exerted force in her hand and crushed his head. There was a difference in their strength, and Tian Yu was suppressed by the holy aura. He could not resist at all in front of Ma Shangxi. On the other side, Lu Yi had already reached out and pressed his hand on Ling Zai's forehead, his divine sense surging. One spiritual connection. Ever since Ling Zai summoned Ma Shangxi here and wanted to take him as a blood servant, Ling Zai and his son were destined to meet a terrible end. It was impossible for Ma Shangxi to refine Ling Zai's precious blood. He couldn't refine it either. Hence, if things continued to develop, Ling Zai would soon discover that something was amiss. He would then realize that Ma Shangxi had become a holy venerable. Since that was the case, they could only kill. On this point, Lu Yi and his servant had a tacit understanding in their hearts. However, killing Ling Zai was not the purpose of Lu Ye's trip. He wanted to find out more. It just so happened that he was thinking of a way to sneak into the World Edge Pavilion. Borrowing Ling Zai's identity was undoubtedly a good idea. He could use the thousand-faced spiritual inscriptions to disguise himself as Ling Zai, and he could even activate the power to imitate Ling Zai's aura. However, Ling Zai's memories required one spiritual connection to pry into. If possible, Lu Yi did not want to do such a thing. Prying into other people's memories was never a good experience, especially for someone like Ling Zai, who was in the late sunshine stage. His life's memories were incomparably complex. This level of prying would have a great impact on Lu Yi. After killing so many blood breeds, he naturally knew where the blood crystals of the blood breeds were. Taking advantage of the fact that Ling Zai was suppressed by Ma Shangxi's holy aura, he broke his blood crystal with one slash. This would ensure that Ling Zai would not die immediately, but his cultivation would rapidly regress, making it more convenient for him to use his powers. At this moment, his holy aura had also erupted, and Ling Zai was completely a fish on the chopping board. Activating one spiritual connection, Lu Yi did not manage to pry into any of Ling Zai's memories. Instead, he felt some obstruction. He immediately reacted. The level of sunshine was already related to the cultivation of gods. If he wanted to pry into Sunshine's memories through a divine inscription, it would not be as easy as before. Even though Ling Zai was already severely injured and his cultivation had regressed, this was only the feedback from his physical body. His divine spirit was not affected much. What was obstructing him now was undoubtedly Ling Zai's divine spirit barrier. Realizing this, Lu Yi immediately used his soul power to activate the divine inscription of sharpness, turning it into a series of attacks that blasted into the unseen world. After more than 10 attacks, he finally broke through Ling Zai's divine spirit barrier. During this process, Ling Zai's face was contorted in pain. Without the obstruction of the divine spirit barrier, a large amount of complicated information flowed into Lu Ye's mind, causing his expression to become difficult. It was as if his entire brain was stuffed with many useless things, causing his consciousness to feel heavy. He activated his soul power again and poured it into the rainbow god lotus. Rainbow light bloomed, and the heavy feeling suddenly disappeared, becoming much more relaxed. Originally, Ling Zai had already fallen into a coma after the shattering of the blood crystal. However, Lu Ye's actions finally woke him up. He opened his eyes in a daze and saw Lu Ye's face. Sensing his own condition, Ling Zai's heart sank to the bottom. The shattering of a spirit crystal was an injury that was difficult to recover from for any blood clan member. It could be said that with the shattering of a spirit crystal, half of the cultivation that one had painstakingly cultivated for a lifetime would dissipate. Even if one did not die, the only thing left would be the accumulation of the physical body. Furthermore, Lu Ye's actions now made Ling Zai's hair stand on end. Soul Search. His expression was ferocious as he gritted his teeth. Using his last bit of clarity, he gathered his soul power and activated it. In an instant, his divine spirit left his body. A ray of bloody light shot straight for Lu Ye's head. Lu Yi did not expect Ling Zai to be so resolute. To the current him, it was easy to kill a blood clan member like Sunshine. However, he would not be able to withstand Ling Zai's desperation. After his divine spirit left his body, Ling Zai's physical body became an empty shell. He used a bit of spiritual perception but could no longer obtain any information. In the next instant, Lu Yi felt his divine spirit barrier tremble violently, as expected of a late-stage Sunshine Clan member. Furthermore, his divine spirit left his body to launch an attack. It was indeed ferocious. Lu Ye's divine spirit barrier was not something an ordinary Sunshine Clan member could compare to. All these years, under the nourishment of the rainbow god Lotus, his soul power was constantly growing. Even his divine spirit barrier was extremely resilient. Even so, it was impossible to completely block Ling Zai's decisive attack. If that was the case, Lu Yi simply let go of his divine spirit barrier and allowed Ling Zai's spirit body to enter. His mind settled. In the next instant, Lu Ye's spirit body appeared in his deity ocean. He immediately saw Ling Zhe, who had barged into his deity ocean. This fellow was now just a ray of bloody light in the shape of a human. He was holding something in his hand. It looked like a bottle, but it was also the color of blood. Lu Yi sized it up seriously and immediately determined that the bottle was not a soul treasure. Since it was not a soul treasure, it must be Ling Zhe's soul-subduing, secret technique. He did not know what kind of power this thing could unleash. "Who are you?" Ling Zhe roared. He had suffered such a huge loss this time. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, he would not be able to regain his cultivation. He did not understand who he had offended. Why would he be ambushed in his own territory? There was another thing that made him even more puzzled. That was the terrifying divine nature that Lu Yi had activated. It was at a level that he could not imagine. It was a height that should not exist in this world. If not for the terrifying suppression of the divine nature, he would not have been unable to retaliate. Lu Yi had no intention of paying attention to him. Although the change just now was brief and there was Ma Shangxi's blood technique as a cover, it was better to be safe than sorry. It was better to end the battle quickly. With a thought, he also activated his soul-subduing secret technique. In the next moment, under Ling Zhe's dumbfounded gaze, a warship appeared out of thin air beneath Lu Ye's feet. It quickly solidified. On the warship, there were a few more busy figures. The formation buzzed. The warship cut through the waves and charged toward Ling Zhe. Ling Zhe was completely dumbfounded. The soul-subduing secret technique that he cultivated was mysterious enough. He never thought that there would be an existence in this world that was even more mysterious than his. And this was Lu Ye's deity ocean. It was his home ground. There was naturally no suspense about the outcome of such a contest. After blocking a few waves of Lu Ye's attacks at the beginning, Ling Zhe no longer had the strength to retaliate. He was forcibly smashed into pieces by Lu Ye's specter ship. The sky was filled with bloody light, but it did not fall into the deity ocean. Instead, it seemed to be attracted by something and gathered in the direction of the rainbow god, Lotus. Lu Yi observed with rapt attention. He saw that the bloody light was quickly swallowed up by the rainbow god Lotus. In the next moment, many scattered and unruly memories surfaced in Lu Ye's mind. These memories all belonged to Ling Zhe. Broken Bridge Residual Snow's new book, I Subdue Immortals with Strength, has been released. Requesting support. Broken Bridge is an old author and an old friend of mine. His character, quality, and quality are all guaranteed. End of chapter. Chapter 2056. Inside the main hall, Ma Shangxi was still using his blood technique to isolate himself from the outside world to prevent the Blood Clan members from noticing anything. Although there were Blood Clan members on guard outside, and they had also noticed the abnormality in the main hall, no one dared to enter without Ling Zhe's summons. Lu Yi sat cross-legged in the thick blood. After half a day, he slowly opened his eyes, and there was a hint of fatigue in his gaze. His plan to pry into Ling Zhe's memories with the help of his spiritual connection had failed, but Ling Zhe's act of entering Lu Ye's spirit sea with a spirit had given him another opportunity. Ling Zhe's spirit had been shattered, and the rainbow god Lotus had absorbed the fragments, allowing Lu Yi to obtain some of Ling Zhe's memories. It was incomplete and fragmented, but it should be enough. Not only that, after devouring the fragments of Ling Zhe's spirit, Lu Yi discovered that the rainbow god Lotus nourishment of his spirit had become stronger. He could feel that there was a large amount of spirit power within the rainbow god Lotus. Under the mysterious effects of the rainbow god Lotus, it was turning into nourishment for his spirit. After all, Ling Zhe was in the late-stage sunshine realm, and his spirit was not weak. With this nourishment, Lu Yi could naturally benefit greatly. This was a pleasant surprise. Get out of the way. An aggressive shout came from outside the hall. Your Highness, the Lord has ordered that no one is allowed to enter without being summoned. The guards outside the hall were very loyal to their duties. I said, "Get out of the way if you don't want to die." The voice from before was even colder. Then there were a few bangs, followed by 2 miserable cries. The sealed doors of the main hall were kicked open. The blood that filled the main hall instantly receded like the tide and entered Ma Shangxi's body. A slender and vigorous figure strode in from the outside. He quickly walked into the hall. When he looked up, he saw a familiar figure sitting upright at the top of the hall. He was like a god above the 9 heavens, looking down on all living beings. The newcomer was not afraid at all. Instead, he asked, "Father, did something happen here?" On the Lord's throne, Lu Yi had already transformed into Ling Zhe's appearance in time and imitated his aura. He looked down at the Blood Clan member who had suddenly barged in, and some fragmented memories surfaced in his mind. Yu Meng. As one of the oldest Saint Lords in the Blood Jade realm, Lingze had more than just Tianyu. He had thousands of children, but most of them were useless. Only Tianyu and Yu Meng were valued by him. The heavenly mandate had already obtained the divine blood and achieved the body of a holy lord. In the past few years, Lingze had been trying to find a place for Yu Meng to obtain sacred blood. However, the time had not come yet, so he had to wait. From this, it could be seen that Yu Meng's talent was also extremely extraordinary. Otherwise, she would not have been valued so highly by Lingze. Lu Yi originally thought that Lingze and Yu Meng had a very ordinary father-daughter relationship, but as more memories surfaced, his expression gradually became a little strange, and he even faintly felt disgusted. Although vampires didn't have as strong a sense of ethics as humans, Lingze's actions still exceeded Lu Ye's understanding. Yu Meng was not the only one. There were more female descendants. Lingze seemed to have the intention of purifying his bloodline so that more talented individuals could be born among his descendants. That was why he used such a method to reproduce. Nothing. Lu Yi did not continue to search for more of Lingze's memories in this regard, and slowly opened his mouth to say this. Yu Meng nodded. "That's good. I thought something had happened here." Ma Shangxi activated the blood art to isolate the inside from the outside. Indeed, people outside could not detect the situation inside, but the blood art itself was active. Yu Meng must have sensed this, so she came to investigate. As she said this, she actually took a few steps in front of Lu Yi. She tilted her body and sat on Lu Ye's lap, her plump body close to Lu Ye's body. She said, coquettishly, "Daddy, you haven't come to see me in a long time." Lu Yi did not expect her to do this at all. It could be seen that Lingze usually got along with her like this. No wonder he dared to be so presumptuous before. His body stiffened slightly, but he quickly calmed down and said slowly, "There are some things that need to be taken care of recently." Yu Meng understood. She also understood that the insect race had come recently. As the 3rd strongest person in this realm, Lingze must be busy with something important. Turning her head to look, she asked again, "Where's the heavenly mandate? Didn't you say that he's coming too?" She only saw Ma Shangxi, but did not see the heavenly mandate at all. She could not help but feel a little strange. Lu Yi said casually, "I asked him to take care of something." Yu Meng did not suspect anything. She leaned over and kissed Lu Ye's face. Jumping out of Lu Ye's arms, she said, "Daddy, you go ahead. I'll leave first." When she turned around to leave, Lu Yi grabbed her wrist. Yu Meng turned back and looked at Lu Yi in confusion. "Daddy, is there anything else?" Lu Yi just stared at her deeply, his eyes as deep as the abyss. Yu Meng's body began to tremble slightly. Her initial calmness was seen through. She could no longer hold on, and her face gradually turned pale. Lu Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. "Don't I look like him? Where are the flaws?" He was sure that he did not miss anything. Even the tone of his speech was imitating Lingze as much as possible. But Yu Meng's reaction just now undoubtedly showed that she had seen something. Because the moment this female blood breed kissed him, she hesitated a little. But that hesitation was quickly replaced by determination. It was obvious that she had sensed something, but she could only pretend not to know. "Daddy, what are you talking about?" Yu Meng tried to slow down her voice, but the twitching of her face betrayed her inner nervousness. Ma Shangxi did not realize it until now. She activated the blood spell, and the hall was filled with blood again. Lu Yi looked at Yu Meng quietly. After thinking for a while, he raised his hand and a drop of blood seeped out of his fingertip. He sent it to Yu Meng's mouth. "Refine it." He had previously given Ma Shangxi 9 quotas to transform into blood warriors, but Ma Shangxi had only brought 6 people. Lu Yebin didn't insist, but since Yu Meng had delivered herself to him, there was no harm in transforming her. Her aptitude was not bad. The most important thing was that this female blood breed was definitely the one who knew Lingze the best. Perhaps he could make up for some shortcomings in his disguise through her. In this way, there would be no flaws in the upcoming meeting at the World Edge Pavilion. Otherwise, if even Yu Meng could tell something was wrong, he might be exposed when he faced the Sunshine Saint Venerables. Yu Meng was terrified, but when she saw the blood and felt the holiness in it, she could not help but exclaim, "Holy blood!" However, the holy blood in front of her was a little different from what she knew. Refine it or else. Before Lu Yi could finish, Yu Meng grabbed his finger and stuffed it into her mouth, sucking hard. He had underestimated the strong attraction of holy blood to blood breeds. This was especially so for an ambitious and talented blood breed like Yu Meng. It would be fine if there was no chance, but if there was, she would definitely not miss it. A soft and tender feeling came from his fingertip. Lu Yi quickly pulled it out and wiped it on Yu Meng's body with a look of disdain. Yu Meng's expression started to become painful and difficult. She sat cross-legged in front of Lu Yi and gradually let out suppressed screams. The blood breeds on guard outside the door heard the screams and looked at each other. They were indifferent. To them, such things were too common. Lingze's practice of reproducing was not a secret in the blood jade realm. More than one blood breed did it. Half a day later, Yu Meng crawled in front of Lu Yi with sweat all over her body. She could feel that she had an extremely mysterious and close connection with Lu Yi. At this time, she knew that what she had refined was not holy blood at all, but precious blood. Now, she had become Lu Ye's blood servant. She was extremely shocked. Logically speaking, a drop of precious blood should not have given her such a powerful divine nature. But in fact, the strength of her divine nature at this moment was no less than that of heavenly mandate, and heavenly mandate had refined a drop of true sacred blood. "Tell me, where are the flaws in my disguise?" Lu Yi asked. Yu Meng did not know the origin of Lu Yi, let alone what his temper was like. But now that she had become his blood servant, there was no room for resistance. She immediately told him everything, as expected of the person who knew Lingze the best in the world. Lu Ye's disguise was indeed lacking in many areas. Naturally, this was because Lu Yi could not fully accept Lingze's memories. What he received was only fragments of Lingze's scattered memories. In the following time, under the guidance of Yu Meng, Lu Yi constantly corrected his expression, posture, and tone of speech, until even Yu Meng could not see any flaws. And she finally knew what happened to Lingze. She had no reaction to Lingze's death at all. Instead, she was a little sad about Heavenly Mandate's death, but that was all. The blood breeds had always been indifferent to the fetters of their kin. Those ordinary blood breeds did not even know who their parents were. The day of the World Edge Pavilion's meeting finally came. In Lingze's territory, Lu Yi rode a bloody light and rushed toward the World Edge Pavilion. Ma Shangxi and Yu Meng accompanied him. Lu Yi did not want to take them with him, but as a blood saint, it would be inexcusable if no one accompanied him when he went out, so he had no choice but to take them with him. As he moved forward, he could clearly feel the aura of Nicho appearing in all directions of the Blood Jade world. These were obviously the Nicho of the Blood Jade world. There were more than 10 Nicho in the entire Blood Jade world. Their overall strength was not weak. There were even 2 at the peak of Nicho, the two ranked above Ling Zai. But right now, Lu Yi could only sense the aura of 8 sunshine auras. Because some of the blood breeds were not in the blood jade world, he could not contact them for the time being. The World Edge Pavilion was not too far from Ling Zai's territory. It only took Lu Yi an hour to reach his destination. This was actually an island. It was also the place where the Nicho of the blood breeds gathered to discuss important matters. This time, the insect race's envoy was naturally received here. Usually, there were only a few blood breeds guarding the island, but it was much more lively today. There was a quaint pavilion on the island. It was not too big, but it was the symbol of the power of the entire blood jade world. End of chapter. Chapter 2057. When Lu Yi brought Ma Shangxi and Yu Meng to the World Edge Pavilion, another vampire, Ri Zhao, just happened to arrive. Vampires usually had a slender physique, but the vampire Ri Zhao who came was burly. At first glance, he looked like a ferocious beast that walked upright. There were 2 attendants behind him, and one of them had Yu Yao's cultivation. It was unknown if they were his blood servants. Lu Yi met his gaze and immediately saw the disdain in the other's eyes. The next moment, the 2 figures stood at the entrance of the World Edge Pavilion, staring at each other. Their auras surged as they clashed fiercely. Ling Zai was the 3rd strongest in the Blood Jade realm, while the burly one in front of him was the 4th. His name was Feng Wudi. He wasn't originally called Feng Wudi, but he changed his name after returning from a trip. In any case, a vampire's name had nothing to do with their family's inheritance, and there were no rules. They could call themselves whatever they wanted. Most importantly, Ling Zai was not on good terms with Feng Wudi. The territories of the 2 holy sages were close to each other, and the blood breeds under them would often have some friction. Furthermore, Feng Wudi had always felt that he was stronger than Ling Zai, so he could not stand the fact that Ling Zai was ranked 3rd. The 2 saint sovereigns had many years of enmity between them. Now that they met, it was natural for them to clash. Fortunately, Lu Ye's foundation was strong enough. Otherwise, he would have been exposed. Even so, he couldn't hold on for too long. After all, he was only an early-stage Ri Zhao. Pretending to be a late-stage Ri Zhao consumed too much energy, and he might not be able to continue at any time. But at this juncture, he couldn't back down. If he did, he wouldn't be Ling Zai anymore. His expression was normal, but he was secretly anxious. He could only hold on for 30 breaths of time at most. Any longer and he would be exposed. He secretly made up his mind. If he really couldn't hold on, he would have to ask Ma Shangxi to help. Fortunately, after a short while, a dignified voice shouted, "Enough!" The next moment, an aura stronger than his and Feng Wudi's descended, forcibly separating the 2 entangled auras. Lu Yi and Feng Wudi both took a few steps back. When they looked again, an old vampire appeared in their eyes. Both Lu Yi and Feng Wudi bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Holy Master Qiu Tian." In the Blood Jade realm, Tong Tian was the oldest and had the highest seniority. Most importantly, he was the strongest. He had reached the peak of the Sunshine realm many years ago, and his holiness was stronger than Ling Zai and Feng Wudi. He was the ruler of the entire Blood Jade realm. Today's meeting is of great importance. Don't make trouble in front of the insectoid emissary, Tong Tian reprimanded. He also knew about the enmity between Ling Zai and Feng Wudi. He had tried to resolve it in the past, but to no avail, so he no longer cared about it. Understood. Both Lu Yi and Feng Wudi hurriedly complied. Tong Tian glanced at them again, then stepped into the World Edge Pavilion. Just as he entered, another vampire, Ri Zhao, arrived. He didn't even look at the 2 of them and entered directly. Lu Yi and Feng Wudi didn't say anything, because the 2nd strongest person of the Blood Jade realm was Zhuang Huaiyu, who was also at the peak of the Sunshine realm. She was also the most isolated vampire in the entire Blood Jade realm. She didn't even have her own territory and only cultivated peacefully on a spiritual mountain. Usually, even the other vampires, Ri Zhao, rarely saw her. If it weren't for this meeting, she wouldn't have appeared in such a place. After Zhuang Huaiyu walked in, Lu Yi and Feng Wuti both stepped forward and rushed into the World Edge Pavilion. In the end, no one took the initiative. On the second floor of the World Edge Pavilion, there was a long oval table. When Lu Yi walked in with his 2 blood servants, he saw that there were already 3 figures sitting there. 2 of them were the 2 vampires at the peak of the Sunshine Realm that he saw just now. The other one had obvious characteristics of the insect race. He had a thick carapace on his body and a long torso with 6 arms. Lu Yi didn't know what kind of insect he was. From Ling Zhe's memories, Lu Yi didn't find much information about this insect race messenger. After he came to the Blood Jade realm, he only met Tong Tian. The other vampires had never seen him before. At this moment, the insect race messenger was sitting at the highest position, with Tong Tian and Zhuang Huaiyu on his left and right. Lu Yi glanced around and sat down at the seat below Tong Tian. Feng Wuti sat directly opposite him and glared at Lu Yi fiercely, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Lu Yi didn't hold back and responded with the same glare. Tong Tian suddenly looked behind Lu Yi and asked with a smile, "Ling Zhe, is this your new blood warrior?" Lu Yi quickly retracted his gaze and replied in Ling Zhe's tone, "Yes, his name is Ma Shangxi. He's a citizen of my territory. He went out for a trip and obtained some opportunities, which allowed him to reach the peak of the Sunshine Realm." Ma Shangxi hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, Saint Venerables." Feng Wuti sneered. "A citizen of your territory? Aren't those in your territory your descendants? Hurry up and do a bloodline tracing. Who knows? This blood servant might be your son or grandson. Treat him well in the future." Lu Yi slammed the table and roared, "What did you say?" Feng Wuti looked at him with his nostrils. "What? You dare to do it, but don't dare to admit it? Who doesn't know what kind of person you are? Saint Venerable Ling Zhe." He then looked at Yu Meng beside Ma Shangxi. "This is your daughter, right?" TSK, your scent is so strong that I can smell it from so far away. I'll tear you apart." Lu Yi looked furious and stood up with killing intent. "Enough." Tong Tian looked annoyed and glared coldly at Feng Wuti. "Stop talking." Although there were some things that everyone knew, it wasn't good to talk about, especially when Ling Zhe wasn't the only Saint Venerable with this problem. "You sit down too." Tong Tian glanced at Lu Yi. Lu Yi said angrily, "Saint Venerable Tong Tian, it's him. Sit down." Tong Tian's expression turned cold. Lu Yi reluctantly sat down. Tong Tian shook his head, helplessly. He wanted to ask about Ma Shangxi's situation, but he lost interest and turned to the insectoid emissary. "Please excuse me." The insectoid emissary waved his hand. "It's fine. It's just that the situation is about to descend. This is an opportunity for both our races. The insectoids hope that the blood race can be more united. I'll do my best." Tong Tian nodded. Feng Wuti asked curiously, "Emissary, how should I address you?" The insectoid emissary said, "I'm Lice Dragon." Feng Wuti said, "Fellow Lice Dragon, I'm a straightforward person, so I'll be straight to the point. This situation, what does it mean?" Lu Ye's ears perked up. He also wanted to know this and couldn't help but give Feng Wuti a thumbs up. Lice Dragon shook his head. Tong Tian said, "Once everyone is here, fellow Lice Dragon will explain in detail. Don't worry." Feng Wuti had no choice but to wait. More and more blood race, Saint Venerables arrived. After an incense stick's worth of time, everyone who could make it had arrived. Aside from the Lice Dragon, there were 8 other blood race Saint Venerables present. There was also a blood warrior named Ma Shangxi, and the rest were Yu Yao, who had followed the Saint Venerables to attend the ceremony. Those who could stand here were all highly valued by the Saint Venerables. There were less than 30 people in the entire pavilion. Tong Tian looked at Lice Dragon and nodded. "Everyone is here. The Laos dragon stood up and looked around. I'm sure you've all heard about the arrival of the major influence. Fellow Taoist Fengwudi just asked me what the major influence meant. I'm sure you're all curious about that. All the holy sovereigns listened attentively. The situation is about to descend. It's an opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. All you need to know is that when this opportunity arrives, our insect race and blood race might be able to break free from the oppression of the other races. Not only that, we might even be able to stand above all the other races and become the rulers of the universe. Those few words stunned all the blood race, holy sovereigns. Even the most pure Zhuang, Huaiyue, couldn't help but glance at Lice Dragon. She didn't know where he got his confidence from. Lice Dragon looked furious. Since ancient times, our insect race and blood race have always lived with our tails between our legs. The other races see us as ferocious beasts and are hostile to us. If it weren't for the fact that our two races aren't weak, we would have been wiped out a long time ago. After so many years of humiliation and suffering, we will become the rulers of the universe. He was in high spirits, as if he could already see that day coming. On the other hand, the blood race holy sovereigns didn't have much of a reaction. It was mainly because Lice Dragon's words were too vague. For so many years, the insect race and blood race had lived like this. Suddenly, someone told them that their days were coming to an end. Not only that, they could also become the rulers of the universe. No one could agree with that. Fengwudi couldn't help but ask, "Fellow Lice Dragon, it's very hard for us to believe what you're saying. Plus, you didn't explain what the general situation is." Lice Dragon smiled. "Haven't you all noticed that there have been some strange changes in the universe recently?" Fengwudi was startled. Then he seemed to have thought of something. "You mean the activity of the universe's energy? That's only one of them." Lice Dragon nodded. "If you've investigated some of the space wonders, you should be able to notice that the laws inside many of them have changed." The holy sovereigns were startled. If it was just the activity of the universe's energy, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, if the laws inside the space wonders had changed, then it was no small matter. Space wonders were born along with the universe. The laws inside wouldn't change easily. Once there was a change, it wouldn't be a small matter. If there was more than one space wonder, then it would be even bigger. Lu Yi couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The changes in the Wanxiang Sea proved that Lice Dragon's words were true. There was also the insect path that connected the 9 states to the Wanxiang Sea. Previously, he only thought that he was lucky. When the 9 states was in danger, the insect path just happened to be connected. However, what if this was also the result of some changes in the universe? End of chapter. Chapter 2058. This is the arrival of the general trend. A vampire Saint Master asked in confusion, "But what did this change in the entire universe have to do with the two races?" This is only a sign of the general trend. The Laos dragon tapped the table. Now that this sign has appeared, the trend will arrive in a few decades or even a century. By then, it will be the insect race and blood race's chance. Tong Tian pondered for a moment before asking, "Tao friend, there's something I don't understand." The Laos dragon looked at him. "Tao friend Tong Tian, please speak." "This trend will definitely affect the entire cosmos. I won't ask what will happen to the cosmos when the time comes. I just want to know why it's only our two races' chance. Do the other races have nothing to do with this?" The Laos dragon smiled as if it had expected this. "Of course they have something to do with it. It's just that the other races don't have our advantages. To them, the general trend will only bring disaster." "Why is that?" Shuang Huaiyue was confused. This was what all the vampire saints didn't understand. The Laos dragon smiled mysteriously. "This naturally has to do with the uniqueness of our two races. The insect race and blood race are both special existences in the entire cosmos. Otherwise, why would they be rejected and suppressed by all living beings?" Lu Yi thought to himself, isn't it because the insect and blood race have done all sorts of evil? Wherever the insect race went, the realms would be annihilated. Wherever the blood race went, all living beings would be annihilated. Such a race was naturally hated by everyone. But now the Louse dragon was talking about the uniqueness of the two races. Tong Tian asked, what's so special about our two races? The Louse dragon glanced at him and shook its head. I don't know either, but this was passed down by the high priest of our race. I'm just telling the truth. The high priest of your race. Tong Tian's expression turned serious. The high priest of the insect race was a legendary powerhouse. No one knew how long he had lived until now. It was said that his strength had reached a level of mastery. The vampire saints might not have believed the Louse dragon's words alone, but if it came from the high priest of the insect race, then they had to reconsider. The Louse dragon spoke again. I'm not the only one contacting the nobles. There are other envoys from the nobles' domains. Before we left, I remember the high priest saying that the nobles should have been able to sense the situation. But because of the fall of the blood ancestor, the nobles lost this ability. When the blood ancestor was mentioned, the Saint Venerable's expressions suddenly became pious. Everything that the blood race had now was given to them by the blood ancestor. Even though the blood ancestor had fallen tens of thousands of years ago, her bloodline was still being passed down and had occupied a place in the starry sky. The Lice dragon's words made Tong Tian think. Fellow Taoist, you mean that the high priest can sense the general trend? The Louse dragon nodded. That's right. That's why we contacted the vampires. We hope that the nobles can consolidate their forces and wait. Tong Tian asked again, did the high priest mention if there are any other experts who can sense the general trend? The high priest said that there might be experts from other races who have sensed something, but he is the only one in the entire galaxy who can clearly sense the general situation. Other than him, there is no one else. There was a moment of silence. After a long while, Yuan Tian said in a slow voice, Fellow Taoist, we have full faith in the high priestess's words, but you're not very clear about the overall situation. So even if we want to cooperate, we don't know where to start. Clearly, he wanted to gather more information. The Louse dragon shook its head. It's not that I'm unclear, but that I don't know much myself. Everything I've said today is merely conveying the high priest's words. He didn't mention it much, so we can't learn more about it. Fellow Taoist, you should understand that the high priest is old and in a state of hibernation most of the time. If it weren't for the fact that this matter is too important, he wouldn't have woken up. He has some special orders. After a slight pause, he continued, That's why I've come to Bloodjade this time. If the nobles want to grasp this opportunity, then please make a decision as soon as possible. The Saint Venerables of the blood race looked at each other, unable to make a decision. According to the insectoids, the blood race wanted to consolidate their forces and wait for the general trend to descend. Since they wanted to consolidate, then the blood race's forces had to be concentrated. However, the blood race's domains were extremely scattered, so it wouldn't be easy to accomplish this. When the time came, they would definitely have to give up most of the domains and gather all the experts in one domain. However, the blood race had been doing this for so many years. How could they do this just because of some uncertain information? I've heard about the general trend. A voice suddenly sounded in the silence. Many pairs of eyes looked over and found that the one who spoke was Saint Lingze. Tong Tian was curious. Lingze, where did you hear about this? Lu Yi turned to look at him and said casually, I wonder if Saint Venerable Tong Tian has heard of Feng Rumo. Tong Tian's expression changed. That Feng Rumo who tried to control the Merak sword but was hunted down by the Merak sword chi? Lu Yi was stunned. The reason he mentioned Feng Rumo was mainly because this person's level was high enough and had nothing to do with him. Most importantly, Feng Rumo was very mysterious. Who knew that Tong Tian actually knew this person and even mentioned the Merak sword? It seemed that the sword chi that hunted down Feng Rumo was really the power of the Merak sword. After calming himself down, Lu Yi nodded. That's him. A Saint Venerable asked curiously, Lingza, how did you come to know Feng Rumo? Lu Yi suddenly revealed a look of reminiscence. That was many years ago. This senior met him by chance when I was traveling outside. He had been hunted down for who knows how many years and was in a sorry state, so he asked me for some food. Hearing him say that an expert like Feng Rumo actually asked for some food, the Saint Venerable's expressions became very strange. However, Lu Yi said it calmly and was not lying. After all, it really happened. Then, in return, he told me some things. It was about the general trend. He said. At this point, Lu Yi paused and looked around. Under the attention of the Saint Venerables, he activated his blood technique and enveloped the surroundings. In an instant, the entire World Edge Pavilion was covered in blood. The Saint Venerables did not mind. After all, this matter might involve a huge secret. It was always right to be careful. What did he say? An impatient Saint Venerable could not wait and asked. Lu Yi turned his head and looked in his direction. He continued to activate his blood technique and smiled. He said, all of you should die. He had already found out what he needed to find out. It seemed that the lice dragon had no other information to provide. Since that was the case, there was no need to delay any longer. All the Saint Venerables were stunned. They did not understand what Lu Yi meant. Feng Wudi was even more furious. However, almost at the same time as Lu Yi finished speaking, a sudden change occurred. In the blood-red wrapping, spirit runes suddenly appeared. Almost every Saint Venerable had a corresponding spirit rune in front of them. At the same time, in Fengsuan Mountain, the talent tree clone's magic power surged, and void spirit runes appeared beside it. The Rizhao of Fengsuan Mountain, who had already received his orders, also joined in at this moment. On the second floor of the World Edge Pavilion, a dense blood-red color surged, and a sea of blood spread out. The Rizhao of Fengsuan Mountain used the void spirit runes to teleport here. They did not care and only followed Lu Ye's orders. They instantly unleashed their strongest killing moves and charged forward. This sudden change caused the expressions of all the Saint Venerables to change drastically. No one expected that in the Blood Jade realm, where so many strong people gathered, they would be ambushed. And the instigator was Saint Venerable Ling Zhe. These Saint Venerables reacted quickly. Almost at the same time as they sensed that something was wrong, they began to activate their own power. However, an extremely terrifying Saint Venerable suddenly exploded from the blood-red color. Muffled groans sounded one after another. Even Saint Venerable Qiu Tian, who was the strongest present, felt his qi and blood stagnate. His strength suddenly plummeted. It was a strength of Saint Venerable that he had never felt before. The Saint Venerable that he had always been proud of was so weak in front of such strength that it could not withstand a single blow. It was almost suppressed without any resistance. Then a rune sword appeared in his vision. Lu Yi purposely assigned Qiu Tian to Qin Xianhai, who had come to support him. The powerful vitality that belonged to Rizhao collapsed one after another at this moment. After a brief moment of chaos, all the Blood Clan members present, regardless of their strength or cultivation, died on the spot. Even the Yu Yao attendants that they had brought in were all killed in the aftermath of the battle. Moreover, all the Saint Venerables were distracted by Lu Ye's mystifying act and were suppressed by his terrifying saint nature. It was natural for such a result to occur. Only Lice Dragon survived. After all, he was not a Blood Clan member, and his strength was not bad. Without the suppression of his bloodline, he would not be so easily killed. At this moment, Lice Dragon was dumbfounded. His mind was in a mess, and he had no idea what had happened. He had been listening attentively to Lu Ye's words just now, but then something happened so suddenly. He could sense that Qiu Tian and the other Blood Clan members were all dead. This made his hair stand on end. He had no idea who had attacked. Even a strong person like Chiu Tian had been killed without being able to fight back. His survival instinct made him want to escape, but Lu Ye's blood technique had many restrictions on him. He was also entangled by Ri Zhao of the hominid clan. How could he have the strength to escape? He used his divine telekinesis to sense the surroundings. He just wanted to understand what was going on. However, it was too late. After killing their opponents, Ri Zhao and the hominid clan members all looked at Lice Dragon, who was still stubbornly resisting. His body stiffened. "Capture this one alive. Don't kill it." Lu Ye's voice was heard. Almost at the same time that the World Edge Pavilion attacked, a group of uninvited guests came to the bug hive hovering in the starry sky beside the Blood Jade Realm. Ri Zhao, Lu Zhen, and Li Wanning led a group of elite hominid cultivators to the bug hive. There was still Ri Zhao of the insect clan left in the hive. He did not follow Lice Dragon to the Blood Jade Realm, but his strength was only at the early stage of Ri Zhao. He was no match for Lu Zhen and Li Wanning. End of chapter. Chapter 2059. The chaos inside the World's Edge Pavilion only lasted for a short 10 breaths before it subsided. Although the members of the Blood Clan outside sensed the powerful magic power fluctuations inside, none of them dared to barge in rashly. When the entire World's Edge Pavilion shattered and many unfamiliar figures charged out, the members of the Blood Clan outside could no longer resist. Wu Qima personally escorted the captured Lice Dragon. With the cooperation of Lu Ye's original body and talent tree clone, they sent him into the western Fengsun Mountain through the void spirit pattern. Once there, with Lu Ye's talent tree clone guarding, the heavily injured Lice Dragon could no longer escape. The battle in the Blood Jade world was not over yet. The blood race in the World Edge Pavilion was quickly slaughtered. Many hominins scattered in all directions, each finding a direction and rushing out. Blood flowed like a river wherever they passed. Not only that, in the ruins of the World Edge Pavilion, Lu Yi maintained a huge void spirit pattern. From the void spirit pattern, hominin cultivators constantly came to support. According to the previously formed teams, they attacked in all directions. Today was the day the Blood Jade world was destroyed. Ma Shangxi and Lu Ye's newly recruited blood warriors were not idle either. Although they were all from the blood race, now that they were under Lu Ye's command, they could only follow his will. Moreover, the blood race were not kind people. Now, it was just a matter of winning and losing. The entire realm fell into chaos in a very short time. Except for a few lucky blood race cultivators who sensed that something was wrong escaped into the starry sky, the rest were not lucky. The hominin race would not show mercy to the blood race, nor would they care about bullying the weak. From the hominin race's point of view, all the blood race deserved to die. At this time, Lu Yi had already arrived somewhere in the Blood Jade world. The entire Blood Jade world was similar to the Blood Extreme world. If the Blood Extreme world was the left arm of the Blood Ancestor, then the Blood Jade world was the right arm of the Blood Ancestor. Therefore, the overall structure of the two great realms was basically the same, but there were some subtle differences. There was no need for him to contribute to the battle in the realm. The blood race was all dead, and the hominin race was destined to win. What he had to consider now was to repeat the events of the past and let the western Fengsun Mountain bring the Blood Jade world back to the 9 states. Of course, it was not difficult for him to do something that he had already done once. Right now, he was at the crook of the Blood Ancestor's right arm. This was a node of the Blood Ancestor's right arm and the node of the entire realm. Standing in such a position, Lu Yi clearly felt that his connection with the Blood Jade realm had become much closer. He immediately understood that he had found the right place. Following that feeling, he used his means to go deeper into the ground. After spending half a day, Lu Yi finally arrived at a certain location underground. At this place, his connection with the Blood Jade realm became closer. This was undoubtedly one of the Blood Ancestor's spirit cavities. Lu Yi sat down cross-legged and immersed himself in it. Very quickly, his enormous consciousness covered the entire domain with this spiritual cavity as the starting point. Only Lu Yi, who had refined the precious blood of the blood ancestor, could do this. Even a member of the blood race like sacred venerate Qiu Tian was not qualified to do so. All of a sudden, Lu Yi felt his body become extremely heavy. The feeling he had felt before resurfaced in his mind once more, as if he was wearing heavy armor. He saw that the entire blood jade realm was in an abyss of suffering. Countless blood race cultivators were fleeing for their lives, and numerous humanoid cultivators were wantonly slaughtering. He saw several of his blood servants following his orders, sweeping through everything in their path. There were also many terrified blood slaves. The purge of the blood jade realm took only a few days. Although the entire realm was not small, with so many humanoid cultivators taking action, the blood race was powerless in the face of absolute power. A few days later, the dust had settled. Apart from Lu Ye's blood servants, there were no more blood race cultivators left in the realm. However, there were still many blood slaves enslaved by the blood race. At this moment, they were all panicking and at a loss for what to do. Under the control of the talent tree clone, the Heart Mountain in the west had arrived at a suitable location. Lu Ye's main body was there. He reached out, and a pestle that was several meters long appeared in his hand. This was the ancestral artifact he had obtained from the blood extinction realm. With this ancestral artifact, Lu Yi could better mobilize the blood extinction realm. He did not know if he could use it here. He might as well give it a try. With the ancestral artifact in hand, Lu Yi activated his magic power and raised his brow. It worked, because the heavy feeling on his body was obviously much lighter. Under Lu Ye's control, the entire blood jade realm began to shake. At the front of his huge right arm, 6 fingers spread open and then slowly closed, grasping the Heart Mountain in the west. In the starry sky, the sunshine cultivators of the humanoid race gathered and quietly watched the scene. Although I've seen it once, seeing it again today is still shocking. Zhang Kuan sighed. It was hard to imagine how strong the blood ancestor was back then. How could such a powerful existence be killed by the humanoid race's ancestor? Even his corpse was torn apart. Compared to the might of their ancestor, although they had reached the sunshine realm today, they were still inferior. The talent tree clone lifted the isolation of the Heart Mountain in the west. As a result, the west was once again pulled by the core and swept into the depths of the starry sky, moving the blood jade realm. However, because they had passed through a bug path before arriving here, it would take a few more years for the west to return to the 9 states. But compared to the harvest, a few years of waiting was worth it. From now on, the blood jade realm would no longer exist in this galaxy. Everything was settled. A day later, many experts gathered at the Heart Mountain in the west. Lu Yi had also returned. There are many blood slaves in the blood jade realm. They've all moved to the headquarters of the Heart Mountain. However, they've been enslaved by the kindred for generations and have long since lost their original natures. It might take a few more generations for them to slowly recover. Ran Dongsheng reported the current situation. Against the Blood Clan, the Homunculus clan would not show mercy, but the enslaved blood thralls were also pitiful people. If they were left alone during the migration process of the blood jade realm, not many of these weak blood thralls would survive. After all, the migration of such a large realm in the starry sky would cause the environment of the realm to change greatly. Moving them to the Heart Mountain in the west was the only way. This was the consensus of all the sunshine cultivators. Once the west reached the 9 states, these blood slaves could be sent to the 9 states to settle down. How's the situation with the lice dragon? Lu Yi turned to look at Su Pu, who had come from the south. After the lice dragon was sent over, it was Su Pu who cooperated with Xia Inue to interrogate it. It was mainly Su Pu who had learned some torture methods in the past, and it happened to be useful this time. The other sunshine cultivators also looked over. Although they had obtained a lot of information from the World Edge Pavilion's meeting through Lu Ye's talent tree clone, there were many things that were unclear. It would be better if they could get more accurate information from the lice dragon. Su Pu shook his head and said, "The lice dragon doesn't know much. What he knows is what the insect race high priest told him. He didn't hide anything from the kindred's sunshine cultivators." After a few days of torture, the lice dragon was already exhausted, and even its soul was almost shattered. Under such means, Su Pu believed that the lice dragon couldn't hide anything. All the sunshine cultivators frowned. Why was the arrival of the general trend an opportunity for the insect race and the blood race? Why was the insect race high priest the only one who could sense the general trend? Why couldn't the other experts? There were many things that they didn't understand and couldn't find anyone to ask. However, it was undeniable that there were some changes in the starry sky, and the activity of the starry sky spirit energy was only the most basic. Junior brother Lu, the Wanxiangxi, is a mixed bag of good and bad people. There are many exchanges with various galaxies, and it's convenient to contact them. Perhaps we'll need your help in this matter. Chun Xianhai turned to look at Lu Yi. Lu Yi nodded and said, "I have the same plan. When we return to the Wanxiangxi this time, I'll spread the news and see if anyone knows anything." Chun Xianhai nodded. "There's no rush. The insect race said that it'll take at least a few decades to 100 years, so there's still time to deal with it." Zhang Kuin said, "We'll pass by many galaxies in the west. When the time comes, we'll see if there's a chance to visit some of the bigger galaxies and find out the situation. Actually, the best way is to go to the Insect Emperor realm, capture the insect race high priest, and ask him in person." The Insect Emperor realm. Chun Xianhai shook his head slowly. "That's not a place to trespass." Seeing his secretive look, Lu Yi was curious. What's so special about the Insect Emperor realm? After so many years of wandering the stars, his knowledge and experience had increased greatly. However, there were still some things that he didn't understand, such as the Insect Emperor realm. He only knew that this was the base camp of the insect race, and that all the hives floating in the stars came from the Insect Emperor realm. Chun Xianhai smiled bitterly. "Junior brother, there's something you don't know. The Insect Emperor realm is essentially a huge magnetite star. The entire realm is made up of high-quality magnetite ores, and the magnetite force field is chaotic and dense. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to do anything if you fall in." Lu Ye's expression turned serious. The magnetite star! He was no stranger to the magnetite force field. The chaotic explosion zone near the Jade Conch galaxy was filled with all kinds of chaotic magnetite force fields, and from time to time there would be magnetite storms. It was extremely dangerous. It was unimaginable how strong the magnetite force field of a magnetite star made up purely of high-quality magnetite ores was. In such an environment, any cultivator's cultivation would drop drastically due to the interference of the magnetite force field. If Ri Zhao were to go in, he would probably only have Yu Yao's cultivation left. However, the special nature of the insect race gave them a natural resistance to strange forces like the magnetite force field. Lu Yi had experienced this for a long time. When the Nine States Army attacked the underground hives of the insect race, they used the insect race's blood to refine some special secret medicine. They smeared it on the cultivators' bodies to resist the interference of the magnetite force field. It could be said that the Insect Emperor realm was a place that was naturally suitable for the insect race. No other race could establish themselves there. Thank you for the reward from the chief of the Young Deer Alliance. Thank you for your kindness. Long live the chief. End of chapter. Chapter 2060. Lu Yi had always been curious about one thing. Since the insect and blood races were hated by everyone in the universe, why didn't the other races work together to destroy them? Logically speaking, it was possible. No matter how strong the insect and blood races were, They couldn't stop the other races working together. Now he slowly understood. The insect and blood races both had their own foundation. The insect emperor realm's uniqueness was the reason why the insect race could sit back and relax. It could be said that as long as the insect race occupied the insect emperor realm, they would never face the threat of extinction. While the blood kindred's region did not have as many unique advantages as the insect emperor's region, every region had their own ancestral implement. They could use the ancestral implement to mobilize the power of the region, and they were equally capable of protecting themselves. It seemed easy to take down the Blood Jade realm and the Blood Extreme realm, but that was because Lu Yi played a huge role. When they attacked the Blood Extreme realm, he stopped the blood race from mobilizing the realm's power by himself. This time, the blood race was even more miserable. He worked together with the dwarf races, Sunshine, to wipe them all out. Even a top Saint Venerable, like Tong Tian, died mysteriously, not to mention the other blood race members. Lu Ye's uniqueness could be said to be the blood race's nemesis. The matter in the Blood Jade realm was completely over. A few days later, Lu Yi brought Chen Xianhai and the others back to the core. They reaped a lot from the battle. Not only did they get the Blood Jade realm, but they also got the entire realm's resources. It was an unimaginable number. When they returned from the west and unified Mount Minuscule, Little Nine could also devour the Blood Jade realm's resources. It was killing two birds with one stone. Lu Yi didn't stay at Mount Minuscule for long and quickly left. Sunshine's cultivation, the soul-subduing secret skill, and the transformation of the talent tree required time and resources. It was inconvenient to do these things outside, so he had to go to the Wansheng Sea and the ancestral land of the soul race. He didn't know what the insect race was talking about, but he felt a sense of urgency. He had to improve his cultivation as much as possible before the arrival of the insect race. That way, no matter what changes the insect race would bring, he would have the ability to protect himself and his family. The 9 regions had become bigger again. Today's 9 regions was more than twice as large as before. This was obviously the result of Yu Luo's completion of the fusion. Now, the 3 great realms of the entire galaxy had merged into one and were truly bound together. Lu Yi didn't intend to return to the 9 regions, but he soon sensed something. He revealed a surprised expression and turned around to rush in the direction of the 9 regions. Not long after, Lu Yi landed in front of the Guardian Hall of the Tian continent. Looking up, he saw a familiar, burly figure standing under the reincarnation tree avatar. His hands were behind his back as he looked at the seemingly withered reincarnation tree avatar with a look of reminiscence on his face. Lu Yi walked towards him. After a short while, she stopped beside him and softly called out, "Senior." Ma Bin turned to look at him and smiled. He raised his hand and patted the reincarnation tree's avatar. "When I was young, I was playful with a senior martial brother. We jumped up and down on this tree. One day, we accidentally broke a branch and got beaten up. We couldn't get out of bed for a few days. My master didn't show any mercy." The corners of Lu Ye's eyes twitched. He didn't know what to say. It seemed that Senior Ma Bin also had a complete childhood. The location of the Guardian Hall was decided by Lu Yi. It was mainly because the reincarnation tree's avatar was here. The Guardian of the 9 regions could take care of this avatar. This place was also the ruins of the strongest sect in the 9 regions 10,000 years ago, the Human Emperor sect. Yang Qing had told Lu Yi about this. Ma Bin was from the Human Emperor sect. It could be said that he grew up here. In the past 10,000 years, even though Ma Bin knew that the 9 regions might be in some corner of the starry sky, he had never thought of looking for it. Even when he met Lu Yi and learned about the recent situation of the 9 regions, he didn't want to come back and take a look. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he didn't dare to. He was afraid that his troubles would bring disaster to the 9 regions, so he tried his best to weaken or even cut off his connection with the 9 regions. But now he didn't have such concerns. In the 10,000 Elephant Sea, He got more information about the 9 regions and learned about the battle between the 9 regions and Zixian. The 9 regions now had enough power to protect themselves. So he came back to take a look at his homeland that he had been away from for a long time. At first glance, although the current 9 regions was not at its peak, the current prosperity was beyond his expectations. He was relieved. "Senior, have you recovered from your injuries?" Lu Yi asked. "Almost." Ma Bin nodded. "This is all thanks to you." He didn't expect that Lu Yi, a junior of the 9 regions, would be able to do so well in a place like the 10,000 Elephant Sea. Now he had even become the master of the 10,000 Elephant Sea. This was something that even the human emperor couldn't do back then, and Lu Yi was only in the early sunshine stage. If it weren't for Lu Yi, his previous injuries would have gradually worsened, and his cultivation would slowly disappear. He would have died of old age in some corner of the world. "Senior, you're too polite. Your injuries were caused by me. I haven't thanked you yet." Lu Yi sighed. When the Azura field closed that day, if it weren't for Ma Bin protecting him, he wouldn't have fought with Chong Feng and the others to the death. It was a pity that Chong Feng ran too fast and couldn't catch up with him that day with Xiao Gua. Otherwise, he could have taken revenge on Ma Bin as well. Ma Bin didn't say anything else. He just stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air. An extremely mysterious power surged out, and then an ancient disc appeared in his hand. Lu Yi was stunned. He felt an extremely familiar aura from the disc. Xiao Jiu's rabbit figure suddenly appeared beside him. He bared his teeth and pounced at Ma Bin, shouting, "Give it back to me!" Lu Yi had never seen Xiao Jiu so anxious before. He was surprised, but he wasn't nervous because he knew that Ma Bin wouldn't do anything to Xiao Jiu. Ma Bin chuckled and waved his other hand. Xiao Jiu, who was pouncing aggressively, flew back and fell into Lu Yi's arms. Lu Yi hugged him. Xiao Jiu's rabbit eyes turned red. The entire 9 provinces shook as a terrifying aura gathered in the sky. Lu Yi quickly patted Xiao Jiu. "Senior doesn't have any evil intentions. Don't be nervous. Artifact spirit." Ma Bin looked at Xiao Jiu with interest. "That's unexpected." He asked Xiao Jiu, "Do you recognize me?" Xiao Jiu said angrily, "I don't recognize you. Don't try to get close to me. Then return my main body to me. Otherwise, Lu Yi will beat you to death." He turned to Lu Yi and said, "Lu Yi, quickly go. He stole my main body." Lu Yi finally understood that the disc in Ma Bin's hand was Xiao Jiu's main body. No wonder the aura was so familiar. To be honest, all these years, Lu Yi only knew that Xiao Jiu was the artifact spirit of the Heavenly Fate disc. As for what the Heavenly Fate disc looked like, he really hadn't seen it. All this time, he had only seen Xiao Jiu, but he didn't think that he would see it today. All right. Lu Yi comforted. "Senior Ma Bin is a cultivator of the human emperor sect from 10,000 years ago. Your main body was created by him, so he won't do you any harm." Xiao Jiu was dumbfounded. Ma Bin played with the Heavenly Fate disc and slowly said, "Saying that I participated in the creation is just putting gold on my face. At that time, I had just been promoted to a constellation. Also, the Heavenly Fate disc was actually not created. It was a treasure that was accidentally obtained by a top expert of my sect. We only thought of a way to activate its power. It is actually a spiritual treasure of a supreme treasure." "Spiritual treasure?" Lu Yi was stunned. He lowered his head to look at Xiao Jiu. "You are a spiritual treasure?" Xiao Jiu was dumbfounded. "I didn't create it. Am I a spiritual treasure? That's why I am very curious. How did a spiritual treasure give birth to its own will?" Ma Bin looked at Xiao Jiu. Logically speaking, a spiritual treasure shouldn't have this kind of change. Lu Yi said, "Xiao Jiu's birth seems to be due to the combination of the artifact spirit of the Heavenly Fate disc and the will of the 9 states." "That doesn't make sense." Ma Bin slowly shook his head. He looked at Xiao Jiu and asked, Can you sense anything? Sense what? Xiao Jiu asked back. Between spiritual treasures and supreme treasures, there is an invisible connection. Since you have already given birth to intelligence, you should be able to sense the corresponding supreme treasure. Xiao Jiu shook his head. There is nothing. Ma Bin revealed a thoughtful expression. Clearly, he didn't understand. Xiao Jiu's eyes turned, and he suddenly jumped out of Lu Ye's arms. Displaying a speed that Lu Yi had never seen before, he snatched the heavenly fate disc from Ma Bin's hands. In a flash, he disappeared without a trace. Only a complacent laughter could be heard. Xiao Jiu's temperament is a bit childish, Lu Yi explained. Ma Bin nodded, not taking it to heart. He just said, Lu Yi, I have to go. Lu Yi was startled and immediately said, Senior doesn't need to worry about Chang Feng. Ma Bin said a few years ago that when he recovered from his injuries, he would go find Chang Feng and kill him to vent Lu Ye's anger. Now that he had recovered from his injuries, he naturally had to set off. It's not just about Chang Feng. Ma Bin waved his hand. When one's cultivation reaches my level, there is no longer any room for improvement. This situation has been maintained for many years, but in recent years, I suddenly felt something different. The entire starry sky seems to have undergone some wonderful changes, giving me the possibility of further improvement. So, I have to go out and take a look to find my future direction. In recent years, Lu Yi frowned. How long ago was that? Not many years. Why? Ma Bin looked at him. It's like this, Senior. This time, I went to the Western Heart Mountain and attacked a blood race realm. It just so happened that I encountered some things there. He immediately recounted the various things that happened in the Blood Jade realm, emphasizing the arrival of the great trend mentioned by the insect race. Senior is experienced and knowledgeable. Do you know what the great trend is? Lu Yi asked in the end. Ma Bin shook his head. I have never heard of it. If it is, as you say, then these feelings I have in recent years, aren't they related to the great trend? Chapter 2061. Ma Bin's cultivation had reached a bottleneck many years ago. It was only in recent years that the bottleneck that bound him began to loosen a little. This was obviously related to the arrival of the general trend that Lu Yi mentioned. After thinking for a while, Ma Bin said, Although I've never heard of the arrival of a major force, I know that there are many top-notch sunshine in the starry sky. When they can't increase their cultivation, they will cultivate some special techniques. It is said that these techniques are used to prepare for a certain opportunity in the future. However, since ancient times, there have been countless sunshine who have done this, but they have never really been used. Lu Yi knew that he was talking about something like doppelgangers and inner alchemy techniques. Take Su Yuqing and Chen Xianhai, for example. They didn't know about the general trend either. The reason why they refined their inner alchemy and talisman swords was to prepare for future opportunity. This was a saying passed down from ancient books. As for what this opportunity was, they didn't know. Who knew how many of their ancestors had done this before them? I'll keep an eye on this. If I have any concrete information, I'll come back and tell you, Ma Bin said. Then I'll have to trouble you. By the way, the Three-World Island is buying fire elemental resources in large quantities. You need them for your cultivation, right? Ma Bin remembered something. Although he had been recuperating in seclusion in the Spirit Jade Mine, he still paid a lot of attention to the Three-World Island. It was not surprising that he knew about this. Others might not know why Lu Yi needed so many fire elemental resources, but he knew. When Zhao Nian was cultivating, he also needed a lot of fire elemental resources. This was obviously because of the Dao tree. Yes, Lu Yi nodded. If you need them in the future, and the resources in the Wanxiang Sea can't satisfy you, go to the Hengyue Galaxy. You might find something there. Hengyue Galaxy. Lu Yi thought about it. He had never heard of this galaxy. There were no spiritual islands named after this galaxy on the Wanxiang Sea. This meant that this galaxy's foundation was not strong. That's the galaxy where the 9 states used to be. However, they changed their name after the 9 states disappeared. Ma Bin left. He didn't even use the insect path to return to the Wanxiang Sea. Instead, he flew directly into the depths of the universe. Lu Yi didn't know when he would see him again. However, what Ma Bin had mentioned earlier left him at a loss. According to the information obtained from the Blood Jade realm, the insect and blood races would reap huge benefits when the general trend descended. They might even have the chance to rule the starry sky. This was undoubtedly a disaster for all the other races. But in fact, Ma Bin even felt that his bottleneck was loosening a little. There was no doubt that this loosening would become more and more obvious as the general trend advanced. Perhaps one day, Ma Bin's cultivation might have a breakthrough. Ma Bin was not the only supreme expert in this starry sky. In that case, the arrival of the general trend might not necessarily be a bad thing. For a cultivator like Ma Bin who had not made any progress in his cultivation after so many years, it was actually a great thing. Lu Yi returned to Mount Fengtsuan and found Chen Xianhai, asking about his situation. In Lu Ye's perception, Chen Xianhai and Ma Bin should be experts on the same level. How could Chen Xianhai not be able to sense Ma Bin's feelings? However, after some discussion, Lu Yi learned that Chen Xianhai and Ma Bin's situations were not the same. In terms of cultivation, the two were indeed on the same level. They had both reached the limit of the starry sky and were in a state where they could not advance any further. However, Ma Bin already had his own Tao foundation, while Chen Xianhai was still working hard on this step. Therefore, even if their cultivations were the same, Ma Bin would be much stronger in a real fight. Looking at the entire starry sky, there might not be many powerhouses who had cast their own Tao foundation. Lu Yi had once asked Ma Bin about his Tao foundation because Ma Bin's injuries were related to his Tao foundation and he needed to recuperate in the spirit jade mine. Therefore, he had a vague understanding of Tao foundations. However, it was only today that he understood how difficult it was for a cultivator to cast their own Tao foundation. After leaving Mount Fengtsuan again, Lu Yi returned to the 3-world island half a day later. He immediately summoned Old Tang. A moment later, He Baichuan came to Lu Ye's palace and had a chat with him. Lu Ye was shocked. What? Old Tang is in seclusion? Why would he be in seclusion at such an old age? He Baichuan smiled. Island Lord, you may not know this, but Elder Tang suddenly had an epiphany a few months ago. He said that he might be about to break through, so he hurriedly went into seclusion and has not come out since. Lu Yi was dumbfounded. Old Tang is about to break through? Are you sure? Old Tang's potential had long been exhausted. When he came to the 10,000 Elephant Sea, he was already in the middle stage of the Moon Jade realm. Even now, he was still in the middle stage of the Moon Jade realm. He knew this himself, so he had never stopped working hard on his cultivation. He had always been helping Lu Yi manage the 3-world island. However, today He Baichuan told him that Old Tang was in seclusion and had the possibility of breaking through. How could Lu Yi not be shocked? Once Old Tang went into seclusion, the affairs of the 3-world island were left to He Baichuan. Now, the 9 states controlled the 4 top spiritual islands of the 10,000 Elephant Sea. Juyan oversaw the 10,000 Elephant Island. Su Yuqing oversaw the Fengtsuan Island, and Wan Xiaoa and Yan Miao oversaw the Winged Sky Island, which was now renamed the Mermaid Island. The mermaid clan that had disappeared for many years had once again reappeared in front of the world. The teleportation formation between the 4 spiritual islands had long been completed and could be used at any time. With the 4 spiritual islands helping each other, and with a starry sky treasure like Small Melon as a deterrent, the 9 states' rule over the 10,000 Elephant Sea could be said to be unbreakable. Lu Yi was talking to He Baichuan when he suddenly looked outside. A familiar aura was rapidly approaching. After a while, Tang Jun's figure appeared. He sat down on the chair next to He Baichuan and sighed heavily. Lu Yi looked at him in confusion. Didn't you say that you were in seclusion? Why did you come out? Tang Jun sighed again. Can't you see that I have failed in my seclusion? Lu Yi looked at him suspiciously. Are you trying to slack off, or are you really going into seclusion? Tang Jun said angrily, What do you mean by slacking off? This old man has worked hard without complaint for so many years. I've given up so much for our three-world island. Look at how white my hair has become. Am I that kind of person in your eyes? You better apologize to me. Elder Tang, I am sorry. I have misunderstood you. Lu Yi apologized decisively. Tang Jun snorted. That's more like it. You really feel it. Lu Yi looked at him curiously. An old cultivator who had exhausted his potential actually had signs of a breakthrough. This was obviously not normal. Tang Jun nodded seriously. I do feel it, but it is not the time yet. Moreover, as time passes, this feeling is getting stronger. I am sure that if this situation continues for a few more years, I will definitely be able to break through my own shackles. He Baichuan said, Actually, Elder Tang isn't the only one who feels this way. I've been paying attention to the situation outside. Not to mention our island. There are many cultivators like Elder Tang on the other spiritual islands who feel the same way. There's more. Tang Jun looked at Lu Yi. You have not been to the 10,000 Elephant Sea recently, so you might not know. Imperial Spring Island has become a top-grade spiritual island. Imperial Spring Island. Lu Yi thought for a moment and immediately remembered this spiritual island. This spiritual island was rather famous on the 10,000 Elephant Sea because it was a top-grade spiritual island with a good foundation. Elder Tang had told him previously that there were several cases of deserted islands turning into spiritual islands on the 10,000 Elephant Sea. It had happened before, but it was not so frequent. Now that a top-grade spiritual island like Imperial Spring Island had become a top-grade spiritual island, this was a huge matter on the 10,000 Elephant Sea. The unparalleled island of the past and the current three-world island could become a top-grade spiritual island from a deserted island. That was because of the minor Constellation Palace. It was not a spontaneous change. It was because of Imperial Spring Island's upgrade. There's news from Square Island. The spiritual energy on the island is getting denser. Perhaps it will become a top-grade spiritual island in a few years. There are many spiritual islands like this on the 10,000 Elephant Sea, and they are all changing for the better. He Baichuan said. Many thoughts flashed through Lu Ye's mind. These changes were undoubtedly related to the arrival of the general trend. Even the breakthrough opportunity that Elder Tang felt, from the looks of it, the arrival of the general trend was not entirely a bad thing. Although Elder Tang's seclusion had failed this time, no one could tell what the future would be like. Elder Tang's change was only a microcosm of the billions of cultivators. It was clear how big of an impact the arrival of the general trend would have on the entire galaxy. There is something I need you to do. Lu Yi looked at Elder Tang and He Baichuan, then told them about the insect clan's views on the arrival of the general trend. He emphasized the plans of the insect clan and the blood clan and asked them to find a way to spread the news. Since the insect clan and the blood clan wanted to act in secret, they could not be allowed to get what they wanted no matter what. News spread quickly on the 10,000 Elephant Sea. It would not be long before the entire galaxy knew about the conspiracy of the two clans. By then, no matter what the insect clan and the blood clan were planning, there would be countless pairs of eyes watching them. After hearing this, the two of them looked solemn. They hurriedly looked for their own contacts to spread the news. A day later, Lu Ye's talent tree clone sat cross-legged in the palace. He held a fire gourd in his hand, and a large number of storage rings piled up beside him. These were the fire-type resources that the three-world island had purchased recently. The price of fire-type resources on the 10,000 Elephant Sea was rising steadily. It could be said that Lu Yi had single-handedly changed the market. Because the talent tree clone also had a part of the talent tree, It could also devour the special flames nurtured by the fire gourd to increase the speed of its transformation. When the time came, he only needed to retrieve the clone. Meanwhile, Lu Ye's main body had already entered the depths of the 10,000 elephant sea to cultivate in peace. Even though his cultivation efficiency was terrifying, it was not something that could be achieved in a short period of time. Naturally, he had to seize every opportunity he could. Nurturing the special flames required fire-type resources, and Lu Yi also needed a large amount of fire-type resources for his cultivation. Although the three-world island could supply them for a short period of time, it would be difficult to continue for a long time. Sent the wrong message. It has been modified. Just refresh it. End of chapter. Chapter 2062. Lu Yi had spent almost a year cultivating this time. A year later, his main body returned from the sea. He could not continue cultivating. His consumption of fire elemental resources was too terrifying. Since half a year ago, even though the three-world island had done their best, the fire elemental resources they purchased were not enough to make ends meet. This caused his cultivation to be intermittent. There was still some fuel left in the talent tree, but it was not good to continue using it. He had to have some backup, just in case. Lu Ye's cultivation had indeed improved a lot in this year's cultivation, but it was far from breaking through to the mid-stage. After Ri, the accumulation required for a breakthrough was obviously much greater than before. Under observation, although the talent tree had some changes, it was still not to the extent of metamorphosis. Lu Yi could not even determine how many rare fires it needed to devour. He only knew that the fourth metamorphosis of the talent tree was a bottomless pit. This did not discourage him. Instead, he was somewhat excited because the talent tree needed so much this time. This meant that once it completed its metamorphosis, there would definitely be a huge change. Back then, Zhao Nian of the 9 states had not reached his level. In terms of growth alone, he had undoubtedly surpassed the previous Dao tree successor. In a mere year, the Wanxiang Sea had not changed much. After the insect and blood races conspiracy was exposed, the conflicts between the various factions had decreased a lot. Now, many powerful factions and powerful cultivators were investigating the insect and blood race. At the same time, they were trying to find out the secret behind the Great Trend's descent. Unfortunately, no one had made any substantial gains so far. Lu Yi did not stay on the three-world island for long. After a few days, he instructed Old Tang and the others to continue purchasing fire elemental resources. Then he disguised himself and left the three-world island. He was going to the Hengyue Galaxy, which was the former 9 states galaxy. Ma Bin had said something to him before he left, so he wanted to know what was in the Hengyue Galaxy that could satisfy his need for fire elemental resources. Before he left, Lu Yi brought along a large number of spiritual jades, spiritual crystals, and spirit refining pills to ensure that he could use these resources to cultivate even if he was outside. The former 9 states galaxy was directly connected to the Wanxiang Galaxy by a bug path. Lu Yi had once chatted with Ma Bin and asked him curiously why he wanted to kill Wanxiang's Riri. Did the Wanxiang Galaxy have a deep grudge with the former 9 states? Ma Bin's answer was that many factions had joined forces to besiege the 9 states galaxy. The reason they could successfully gather was because of the Wanxiang Galaxy. Those factions came from all parts of the universe. Wanxiang Galaxy was involved in the operation against the former 9 states galaxy. The past was like smoke. The cultivators back then were basically all dead. Only some of the long-lived races, such as the experts of the Yao clan, were still alive. After so many years, Ma Bin's revenge was almost done. So he did not reveal to Lu Yi which forces had participated in the siege of the 9 provinces. Clearly, he did not want to continue this hatred. The matters of the 9 prefectures could be considered settled here. All in all, it was very convenient for Vientiane to travel to and from the galaxy where the 9 states were located. Lu Yi checked the condition of the insect path and confirmed that it was still stable, so he continued to move forward. The exit of the tunnel was behind him. Lu Yi looked around and frowned. Although he knew that this galaxy had declined, he didn't expect it to decline to such an extent. The stars that could be seen in other parts of the starry sky couldn't be seen at all here. The entire starry sky was shrouded in darkness, and even the starry sky's spiritual energy wasn't rich. In such an environment, the production of spirit jades was much lower than normal places, not to mention the birth of a large realm. Lu Yi immediately made a judgment in his heart. Such a place was basically better than some desolate star systems that had nothing at all. Just as Lu Yi was thinking about which direction to go, there was a sudden movement behind him. Lu Yi turned around and saw ripples at the exit of the tunnel. Vaguely, a figure was gradually appearing. Someone was coming. Sure enough, after only 3 breaths, 2 figures suddenly rushed out of the insect path. It was a man and a woman. Because they had just passed through the tunnel, the energy fluctuations on their bodies were very obvious. The man was at the early stage of Yu Yao, while the woman was at the late stage of Constellation. However, the 2 of them were holding hands intimately. They should be Tao companions or siblings. The auras on their bodies were scorching hot. Obviously, they were of the fire element. They obviously didn't expect there to be someone at the exit of the tunnel. When they saw Lu Yi, they were shocked. Their eyes were full of vigilance, and they secretly circulated their energy. Lu Yi had no interest in them. Moreover, he had already disguised himself, so the man and woman didn't recognize him as the Lord of the Wanxiang Sea. In addition, Lu Yi didn't move and his aura was restrained. They couldn't see through him at all. As if sensing that Lu Yi had no ill intentions, the man nodded slightly at Lu Yi. He pulled the woman, turned around and rushed to the side. Soon they disappeared. Lu Yi ignored them. He looked up at the starry sky. Where should I go? Ma Bin only told him to come to the Han Yu galaxy, but didn't tell him what was here. However, if there was something in this galaxy that was useful to him, it shouldn't be difficult for him to find it with his sunshine cultivation. I'll take a look around. This is the galaxy where the 9 states are located. To be able to nurture a top realm like the 9 states, there should be something special about this galaxy. He randomly picked a direction and flew away. Along the way, he didn't find anything. It wasn't until half a day later that he suddenly turned his head and looked in a direction. There were fluctuations of magic power coming from that direction, as if someone was fighting. As time passed, the distance between them was getting closer and closer. It wasn't a fight, it was being hunted. Lu Yi focused his gaze over and chuckled, because he saw that the people being pursued were actually the man and woman he'd seen at the exit of the insect path. At this moment, both of them were in a sorry state. The man's cultivation was slightly higher, so he was constantly executing techniques behind him with the intention of stopping the enemy, but it was of little effect. It wasn't a cultivator chasing after them, but a star beast. It was an oval-shaped star beast that was more than 100 feet long. Its body was snow-white like a giant silkworm cocoon. There were ferocious mouths at both ends of its head and tail, with circles of spiral, serrated fangs densely packed. The 2 fleeing people were obviously no match for such a star beast. Lu Yi had never seen such a star beast before. This had nothing to do with experience. It was just that there were too many star beasts in the starry sky. Even the most knowledgeable cultivator wouldn't dare say that they knew all of them. The 2 fleeing people didn't notice Lu Yi at first, but as they got closer, they finally noticed Lu Yi's aura. The man in the lead was stunned at first, but then he cried out in joy, "Tao brother is merciful. Please save us. My wife and I are willing to offer a 5-star artifact as a thank you gift." He didn't know what Lu Yi's cultivation was, but he could feel that Lu Yi was stronger than him from their brief contact before. Moreover, since Lu Yi dared to stand still, it meant that he had great confidence in his own strength. Now that they were in such a situation, asking Lu Yi for help was undoubtedly the best choice. In order to make Lu Yi agree, he even offered a thank you gift. There was no doubt that he had considered this carefully. They had met by chance in the starry sky, and they were still being hunted. So if he silently approached Lu Yi, it would undoubtedly be a disaster. If Lu Yi didn't have a good temper, they might be killed by Lu Yi before the star beast showed its might. Of course, paying a 5-star artifact was painful, but what was it compared to saving their lives? After shouting, he carefully checked Lu Yi's movements. He didn't hear a reply, but Lu Yi still stood there, his attitude unclear. There was no way to judge whether Lu Yi was willing to help or not. However, the current situation didn't allow him to think too much. The man gritted his teeth and said, "Fight!" He led the woman and quickly approached Lu Yi. It wasn't until the two of them passed by Lu Yi's side that the man was completely relieved. Then, he vaguely sensed a wave of transcendence energy behind him. When he looked back, his expression froze. This was because the originally overbearing star beast had been sliced in half from the middle. The two halves of the corpse were neatly cut, and they flew past the unknown powerhouse without a single drop of blood on his body. Rizhao, the man's heart trembled, and he immediately determined Lu Yi's cultivation. The wave of transcendence energy just now couldn't be faked. Moreover, this star beast was at the late late stage. Only Rizhao could kill it so easily. After calming himself down, the man brought the woman to stand in front of Lu Yi. He respectfully cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for saving my life, Senior." Lu Yi tilted his head and looked at them, feeling strange. Senior, he was certain that he was definitely younger than the couple. However, this was how the cultivation world worked. Strength was everything, especially in a place like this, where there were few people. If the other party did not show sufficient etiquette, they would be casually killed and no one would know. Lu Yi calmed himself down and nodded slightly. He acted like an expert, and the couple felt even more reverence. Oh, Rizhao, that was high and mighty, a height that they could never reach. As promised, the man quickly took out a 5-star artifact and respectfully handed it over to Lu Yi as a way to repay him for saving his life. Lu Yi casually took it. A 5-star artifact wasn't worth much to him, but it could be used to nourish sword chi for the sword gourd. This was something he deserved. The woman even took the initiative to search for the star beast's corpse, took the crystal core from the corpse, and handed it to Lu Yi. Her intention to please him was obvious. "Senior, are you also heading to the giant red star?" the man asked. Although Lu Yi appeared calm, since he was willing to help just now, he wasn't a cold-hearted person. This kind of powerhouse wasn't difficult to get along with, which was why the man dared to ask. When the last chapter was published, the children came to make a fuss, so there was a mistake. Brothers who subscribe to it can just update it. End of chapter. Chapter 2063. Giant Red Star? Lu Yi turned to look at him, somewhat puzzled. "Senior, you don't know?" The man was surprised. "I saw that you were also using the fire element just now, so I thought you were going to the giant red star to cultivate." Oh, Lu Yi's expression changed. "So the giant red star is beneficial to the cultivation of the fire element?" The man smiled. "That's exactly why we came here. There are many other cultivators of the fire element there as well." Lu Yi blinked. "Then I'll have to go take a look." He was now certain that Ma Bin had asked him to come to the Eternal Eclipse Galaxy for this giant red star, since it was beneficial to the cultivation of the fire element and also attracted a large number of cultivators of the fire element. It was definitely a place with abundant fire element energy. Only such a place could attract cultivators. Hearing this, the man said, "Senior, if you don't mind, we're willing to lead the way for you. To tell you the truth, we've been here once before." He wasn't trying to curry favor with Lu Yi. The main reason was that with Lu Yi, their journey would be much safer. Even if they encountered the star beasts from before, they wouldn't have to worry about anything. "Then let's go." Lu Yi nodded. Then he tossed out his planetary boat and took the lead to board it. The couple followed closely behind. The man gave Lu Yi directions, and Lu Yi flew the planetary boat. Along the way, he casually chatted with the couple and learned that one of them was called Fei Shuang and the other was called Hongyan. The two of them didn't come from the same galaxy, but had met on the Wansheng Sea and developed feelings for each other over the years. This kind of thing was actually rare. Although cultivators didn't care much about sex, if two people came from different galaxies, it would be very difficult for them to be together. Fei Shuang asked Lu Ye's name, and Lu Yi casually said Li Taibai. Along the way, Fei Shuang and his wife became bolder, probably because they saw Lu Ye's gentle nature. They asked Lu Yi some questions about their cultivation, and Lu Yi answered them one by one, making the couple shed tears of gratitude. 2 days later, Lu Yi looked ahead and saw a red dot in the dark starry sky. As he got closer, the red dot grew bigger and brighter, like a huge fireball burning in the starry sky. This was the giant red star. In essence, it was a sun that was on its way to destruction. Everything in the starry sky had its own destiny. Even if the sun was so dazzling and seemed to be an existence that could last forever, there would still be a time when it perished. Such a scene was not common even in the entire starry sky. Lu Yi finally understood the purpose of Ma Bin's guidance. To him, this huge red star was what he needed the most right now. Among the fire elemental resources he had purchased at the 10,000 Creations Ocean, there was a kind called the Flaming Sun Essence. The Flaming Sun Essence was refined from the essence of the Grand Sun by cultivators using some special methods. This was not something that just any cultivator could do. Not only was it time-consuming, but it also required the help of some special techniques and magic treasures. Even so, there were still some cultivators who made a living doing this to earn cultivation resources. And the best place to refine the Flaming Sun Essence was the giant red star. The great sun essence at its peak was not so easy to collect. Senior Taibai, we need to take a detour up ahead. Lu Yi was looking at the gradually approaching giant red star when Fei Shuang's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Lu Yi came back to his senses. While steering the star boat to the side, he asked casually, "What's up ahead?" Fei Shuang said, "The starry sky up ahead is damaged, and the space is extremely fragile. If you barge in recklessly, you may cause some unnecessary accidents." Damaged starry sky? Lu Yi frowned and looked in that direction. Sure enough, he noticed something unusual. This kind of anomaly could not be detected if one did not deliberately investigate it, and the location of this anomaly covered a large area. "Why is that?" Lu Yi asked. Fei Shuang shook his head. "I don't know. I heard it from someone before, so I remembered it." Lu Yi nodded. Suddenly, his heart jolted as he vaguely realized something. The location of the damaged starry sky was very likely the place where the former 9 prefectures were located. In the great battle back then, the former 9 prefectures were about to be destroyed, but they were teleported away by the Heavenly Fate Plate and disappeared without a trace. It seemed that the Heavenly Fate Plate had not only teleported the former 9 prefectures, but the entire starry sky. That was why the starry sky here was damaged. Even if 10,000 years had passed, the space here was still extremely fragile. Looking at the giant red star in the distance, an even bolder guess appeared in Lu Ye's mind. For the plate of heavenly secrets to move the 9 provinces, it might not only have consumed the resources of the 9 provinces, but also the power of the sun. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for a supreme treasure like the plate of heavenly secrets to move such a vast region to such a far place. The great sun's power must have been greatly consumed because of this, and that was why it was heading toward destruction after 10,000 years. Ma Bin must have come to investigate and knew that he needed a lot of fire-type resources, so he had specially given him some advice. So it seemed that the 9 prefectures were able to survive because of the great sun. If it were not for this great sun, the 9 prefectures would have been destroyed during the teleportation. It would have been impossible for them to survive. The star boat went around the damaged starry sky and continued to approach the giant red star. Gradually, Lu Yi felt that the aura around him became scorching hot, as if a hot wind was blowing in his face from the direction of the giant red star. Not only was the wind hot, but it also seemed to contain the spiritual energy of the starry sky. Compared to ordinary spiritual energy of the starry sky, the spiritual energy here seemed to be more violent and destructive. Solar wind. Lu Yi slightly activated the power of his talent tree and found that it could indeed devour the heat and turn it into fuel. However, the efficiency was very low. This was undoubtedly because they were still far away from the giant red star. If they were close enough, the efficiency would be much higher. In fact, if they could go deeper into the giant red star. The star boat continued to move forward. Lu Yi remained unmoved. Fei Zhuang and Hong Yan, on the other hand, began activating their cultivation techniques. As they cultivated, they also resisted the erosion of the solar wind. Half a day later, Fei Zhuang suddenly said, "Senior, this is as far as we can go." He hadn't reached his limit yet, but Hong Yan, whose cultivation base was slightly weaker, had. If they went any further, she wouldn't be able to withstand it. Lu Yi nodded and said, "Go ahead." "Thank you for protecting us all the way, Senior. I wish you a fruitful trip." After saying these auspicious words, Fei Zhuang jumped off the star boat with Hong Yan, found a place nearby, and started to cultivate. Lu Yi went deeper into the giant red star. Just as Fei Zhuang said, there were many fire elemental cultivators who came here to cultivate with the help of the special environment. Fei Zhuang and his wife were at the outermost area where the constellation stayed. The deeper they went, the stronger the cultivators Lu Yi could sense. Naturally, when he passed by, the cultivators nearby would be on guard. However, when they saw that he didn't make any unnecessary movements, they slowly relaxed. After passing through the area where Yu Yao was, Lu Yi finally encountered the first Rizhao. His cultivation base was the same as his at the early stage of the Rizhao. When their divine senses touched, Lu Yi could sense the other party's warning. It was probably saying that this area was his cultivation area and that Lu Yi should find another place to cultivate. Lu Yi ignored it and continued to go deeper. Soon, he was out of Rizhao's range of perception. At this point, the giant red star had become incomparably huge. That was because they were close enough. At this location, even fire elemental Rizhao cultivators would find it difficult to withstand for a long time. The terrifyingly high temperature was secondary, which Rizhao cultivators could withstand. The key was the terrifying spiritual energy contained in the solar wind that constantly blew. Rizhao cultivators had to find a balance between resisting and refining it. This balance point was their limit. However, Lu Yi was still going deeper. The power of the talent tree covered his entire body. The difficulties that ordinary cultivators faced were nothing to him. After a while, Lu Yi could already see the fire elemental energy rolling on the surface of the giant red star. It was like boiling lava, flowing endlessly on the surface of the giant red star. Occasionally, lava pillars would erupt from the surface of the giant red star. They were extremely terrifying. The talent tree greedily devoured the fire elemental energy in the surroundings, and its fuel reserves increased rapidly. Lu Yi suddenly realized something interesting. He didn't need spiritual jades or crystals to cultivate in this place. While the giant red star was emitting terrifying heat, it was also constantly releasing spiritual energy. This meant that Lu Yi only needed to activate the power of the talent tree. Not only could he store fuel, but he could also cultivate at the same time. It was just that the efficiency was much lower than in the Wansheng Sea. However, it was still much faster than relying on spiritual jades to cultivate. This place. I've come to the right place. Lu Yi was overjoyed. He finally landed on the giant red star. If he continued forward, he would be in the giant red star's interior. Almost as soon as he came to a stop, A divine sense probed him from afar, and an unfamiliar voice sounded in Lu Ye's ears. "Oh, another new fellow cultivator. How rare." Lu Yi was slightly startled. He followed the direction of the telepathic thought and sensed that the owner of the voice was very far away from him. However, the other party was still able to sense his arrival in this chaotic environment. It was clear that the other party had a strong foundation. According to Lu Ye's observations along the way, to be able to stand on the giant red star, he was definitely in the late sunshine stage. Without this level of cultivation, it was impossible to do such a thing. The voice sounded a little old, but there was no malice. Lu Ye's telepathic thought surged. "I'm Li Taibai. How should I address you?" The voice chuckled. "If you can still stay here after a while, it won't be too late to ask me. There's no point in talking about it now." This was obviously to see if Lu Yi had the right to stay here. The other party seemed to be a proud person. If Lu Yi left immediately after entering, he obviously didn't have the right to know his name. Lu Yi didn't care. He was here to cultivate, not to make friends. End of chapter.